Once again, good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service, the ABMS, it is my pleasure to warmly welcome you to the third National Climate Outlook Forum held under the theme From Observation to Action, Climate Services for a Resilient Tomorrow. I extend a special welcome to our Permanent Secretary, Acting, Ms. Marietta Christian, government officials, technical experts, presenters, and stakeholders across various sectors. I also welcome those joining us online via our platform. Today marks another important milestone in our journey to strengthen climate services and climate resilience in Antigua and Barbuda. The National Climate Outlook Forum has become a valuable platform for bringing together climate information providers and users to discuss climate, seasonal climate conditions, emerging risks, sectorial impacts, and practical actions that can help safeguard lives, livelihoods, and sustainable development. This year's theme reflects a simple but powerful idea. Climate information has little value unless it informs action. As climate variability and climate change continue to affect our nation through droughts, heat events, extreme rainfall, tropical cyclones, and coastal hazards, the need for timely, reliable, and actionable climate information has never been greater. Through today's discussion, we hope to strengthen partnership, improve understanding of the upcoming climate season, identify sector-specific risks and opportunities, and enhance delivery and use of climate services across Antigua and Barbuda. We also seek to advance our national effort under the Early Warning for All initiative and continue building on more resilient and climate-ready nation. That is a climate and weather-ready nation. I encourage everyone to participate actively, share your perspectives, ask questions, and help us identify ways to better tailor climate information to meet our needs, or your needs. Thank you for joining us and for your continued support of the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service and its mission to serve and protect our nation. I wish you a productive and engaging forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Destin, for those welcoming remarks and for establishing the protocol as well. At this time, it gives me great pleasure to call upon the Acting Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Marietta Christian, to come and give us her opening remarks. Let's welcome the Acting Permanent Secretary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Master of Ceremony. Director and staff of the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service, Dr. Illinois Eldefonse, lecturer and head of the School of Science and Artificial Intelligence, UE5 Islands, colleagues across government, private sector partners, distinguished stakeholders, good morning. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome all of you to the third National Climate Outlook Forum, convened under the timely and important theme, From Observation to Action, Climate Services for a Resilient Tomorrow. I extend a warm welcome to our meteorologists, climatologists, researchers, technical experts, representatives from government ministries and departments, the private sector, academia, and all stakeholders who have joined us here today in person and online. On behalf of the government of Antigua and Barbuda and the ministry responsible for meteorological services, I wish to commend the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service for organizing this important forum and for its continued commitment to strengthening climate services and early warning systems for our nation. Today, we gather at a time when climate variability and climate change are no longer distant concerns. They are realities that are increasingly shaping our daily lives, our economy, our infrastructure, and our development prospects. We are experiencing more frequent and intense heat events, prolonged dry spells, shifting rainfall patterns, increasing coastal risks, and the ever-present threat of tropical cyclones. These challenges affect every sector of our economy and every community across Antigua and Barbuda. For a small island developing state such as ours, climate information is not a luxury, it is a necessity. It is essential for protecting lives and livelihoods, safeguarding investments, strengthening food and water security, supporting public health, and enhancing our national resilience. This is precisely why the National Climate Outlook Forum is so important. The forum provides a unique platform for dialogue between climate information providers and climate information users. It allows us to move beyond the science alone and focus on how climate information can be translated into practical actions that support decision-making at every level, from national planning and policy development to operational decisions made by farmers, utility managers, health officials, disaster managers, tourism operators, and businesses. The theme of this year's forum, From Observation to Action, captures the essence of what we seek to achieve. Observations, forecasts, and climate outlooks have little value if they are not understood, trusted, and used. Our objective must be to ensure that climate information is accessible, relevant, actionable, and responsive to the need of users. The government of Antigua and Barbuda recognizes the critical role of climate services in building a resilient nation. We remain committed to strengthening national capabilities in weather, climate, marine, and tsunami services, and to ensure that climate information is effectively integrated into development planning and risk management processes. We are also proud to support initiatives that advance the United Nations Early Warnings for All initiative and the World Meteorological Organization's Global Framework for Climate Services. These initiatives recognize a simple but powerful principle. Every person, everywhere, deserves access to timely and effective early warnings and climate information that can help protect lives and livelihoods. The Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service has been at the forefront of these efforts. As the national authority for meteorology and the focal point for meteorological early warning systems, the service plays an indispensable role in safeguarding our people and supporting key sectors of our economy. Through its forecast, warnings, climate outlooks, and hazard monitoring programs, the ABMS contributes significantly to national safety, economic stability, disaster risk reduction, and sustainable development. Today's program reflects the breadth and importance of climate services. Participants will hear presentations on drought, heat, seasonal climate outlooks, and the upcoming hurricane season. We will also explore sectoral implications for agriculture, water resources, disaster risk management, and health. Importantly, we will discuss how climate information can be co-produced with users to ensure it meets national needs and delivers tangible benefits. I encourage all participants to engage fully in the discussions throughout the day. Share your experiences, challenges, and perspectives. Ask questions. identify opportunities for collaboration. The success of climate services depends not only on the quality of science, but also on the strength of the partnerships that support the generation, communication, and use of climate information. As we look to the future, we must continue to strengthen the links between science, policy, and action. We must continue to invest in observation systems, forecasting capabilities, climate services, and early warning systems. And we must continue to build a culture of preparedness and resilience that empowers individuals, communities, businesses, and institutions to make informed decisions in the face of a changing climate. Let us therefore use this forum as an opportunity to strengthen collaboration, share knowledge, and reaffirm our collective commitment to building a safer, more resilient, and more climate-ready Antigua and Barbuda. I thank the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service, all presenters, participants, partners, and supporters for their contributions to this important initiative. I wish you a productive and successful forum. Thank you, and I look forward to the discussions and outcome of NCOF 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Permanent Secretary. And let me take this opportunity on behalf of Mr. Destin just to express our appreciation for the continual commitment of the ministry to support the initiatives, support the ideas, and support the objectives that we are seeking to build at the Met Office vis-a-vis the development and production of climate services for Antigua and Barbuda. So I want for us to appreciate why we're here and to give you some idea as to what we're going to be seeking to accomplish over the next couple of hours as we spend the time together. So we'll pull up the agenda, and you will note that the first segment is for the opening remarks. Then we will go into our climate review and outlook. We will have a coffee break. Then we will get into some more of the sectoral impacts concerning the outlooks themselves. What can we apply to the outlooks? How do they impact us, etc., etc.? That takes us down to lunch. And then right after lunch, we will even collaborate some more as to the way forward and how we could build greater synergies with the Met Office and various sectors. So what I want to do now is to just go through a little bit of a housekeeping matters. The restrooms are on either side of where we're gathered. The male and female restrooms are identified. There is a Wi-Fi that is available, and it's Royalton. You scroll all the way down, and you have two ways in which you can get on, one with credentials, one without. The one I think without is for the password. The password is PAX. So you can have that available for Wi-Fi. There's a notice, and I must say I'm guilty as well because I'm parked illegally. So the couple of vehicles, they're asking us to move to the parking lot, and the vehicles are A, 59380. It's a Gold RAV4, 59380. There's also a gray Toyota A9410, and I need to move my vehicle as well too. So at some point I'm going to have to go and comply. Okay, so let's talk about now the objectives. What is it that we want to accomplish when the curtains come down on the third National Outlook Forum? What is it that we are hoping that by then would have been achieved? So we have a few objectives. The first one is to present and discuss the seasonal climate outlooks and the key climate drivers that may affect Antigua and Barbuda in the coming months. The Permanent Secretary would have laid out the foundation as to the importance of bridging the science and the policy, etc. Because we are not just talking about some distant phenomena anymore. We are impacted by climate extremes and climate events. Secondly, we want to enhance our collective understanding of potential climate-related risks and impacts across climate-sensitive sectors, including agriculture, water resources, health, tourism, energy, and disaster risk reduction. Thirdly, we want to strengthen collaboration between climate information providers and users to improve the relevant accessibility and use of climate services. We want to forge greater synergies between the Met Office and other sectors so that the products that we are developing are reaching and used to greatest efficiency. Fourthly, to support informed decision-making, preparedness, and risk management through the provision of timely, reliable, and actionable climate information, data-driven products so that we could actually make informed decisions. For instance, the next couple of months, you will see that it has specific information that could assist us in various sectors as we look ahead and as we plan ahead. And finally, we want to advance national efforts to strengthen climate resilience and contribute to the implementation of early warning for all. So these are our objectives. And it is our hope that as we talk, as we interact, as we present, then these objectives will become a reality. So this time, let me call on Ms. Charissa Humphreys, forecaster at the Antigua and Barbuda Met Service, as we transition now to our climate review and outlooks segment. Ms. Humphreys will give us our wet season 2025 summary. Let's welcome Ms. Humphreys at this time. Just one more matter quickly. So for the presenters, this podium is, just be careful, it will shift. And so I think they wanted the background and there's one behind. Oh, excellent. Well, let's, so we are streaming, so just give us 5 minutes. We'll be back as we make some adjustments. And we're back. It's now time for our presentation of the wet season 2025 summary. And let me invite Ms. Sharissa Humphreys to come and make this presentation. Let's welcome her at this time.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols previously observed. Good morning. I am Sharissa Humphreys, a forecaster at the Antigua and Barbuda Met Service, and I will be presenting on the wet season 2025 summary and also a little update on the dry season so far for 2026 here in Antigua and Barbuda. So a quick outline. I'll talk about the wet season summary, the dry season update, and also a little bit of the hazards that we saw last year pertaining to flooding and other hazards across Antigua and Barbuda. So just a quick overview of the seasonality of our hazards that we see across Antigua and Barbuda. Here, this is a graph or a table showing the list of hazards that we have and the months of the year. So it shows the distribution of the hazards throughout the year. And it's important to note when we look at this graph that there's no month in Antigua, for us in Antigua, without a hazard. So whether it's hurricane season, whether it's the swells that we see during the winter time, whether it's UV radiation, flash flood, dry wet season, there's always a hazard occurring across Antigua and Barbuda, or risk of a hazard occurring for us. So just to highlight our hurricane season here in red, bright red here, we see it starts, we all know hurricane season starts from June to November, and our peak is in September. So we would see the most frequent storms or the strongest storms you would possibly see during September time. When it comes to our wet season, it has a bit of an overlap with the hurricane season. We see our wet season in Antigua specifically starts from July to November, and we see our peak months for the wet season between September, October, and into November. That's when we see our wettest months of the year. Our dry season, however, is between January and June, and March is our driest month. And one more to highlight is our excessive heat season. We see here in orange color right here. And our warmest or hottest month is August. So that's important to note. The summer months has a lot of hazards for us here in Antigua and Barbuda. So a quick summary of our wet season. We're going to look at the temperatures that we saw observed and also rainfall. So the temperatures in brackets here indicate what we had in our forecast for last year, and we are comparing them to what we observed for the wet season last year. And we can see that the forecast mostly matches what we saw for the temperatures for last year, except for the maximum temperatures, they were a bit lower, a bit below normal than what we saw in our forecast. Okay, for rainfall, we saw the period July to September 2025. We saw below normal conditions. So there was a short-term drought during the earlier part of the wet season last year. However, approaching towards the end, October to December season, we saw near normal conditions. And if we compare our forecast rainfall, it was within the range that we would have seen for our observed. Here's a quick map. It's showing the distribution of the rainfall across Antigua and Barbuda for the wet season last year. The red dots indicate the stations that we have across the island where we collect the rainfall data. And the darker green colors indicate the areas where we had the most precipitation or rainfall. So we could see in the eastern or northeastern sections, we had some more rainfall in this area. And our western coastlines had a little bit less rainfall. So a dry season update so far, we're going up to May because we're in June now. So for temperatures, we saw near normal temperatures for average or maximum and our minimum temperatures. However, for rainfall, we saw between January to March, we saw near normal conditions in terms of how much rainfall we got. 168.4 millimeters is what we got in that period. However, approaching May April and May, we saw below normal conditions. And they're important to note, they were well below normal conditions, indicating that we were heading into drought conditions. And here's the map showing the distribution of the precipitation. We saw from the previous map that a lot of the precipitation or rainfall was occurring on the eastern coastlines. And now we see our eastern coastlines have even less than what we saw last year. And then some areas on the west had some more rainfall. So that's important to note on the distribution across the island. So this graph is a little busy, yes, but it's showing the distribution of temperatures, and we're comparing 2025 temperatures to 2026 temperatures from this year. So the darker colors indicate 2026, while the lighter colors in comparison is 2025. Just a broad look of the graph. The graph indicates to us that it shows our the heat distribution, or how our heat season is looking across the island. We start off in January, the winter months. There's lower temperatures, but as we head into the summer, we see our peak between June, July, August, September. We see our highest temperatures, especially August being our warmest month. It's important to note that when we're comparing 2025 to 2026, that we saw an increase, especially between April and May, higher temperatures in 2026 versus 2025 temperatures. So important to note. For the mean and the minimum, they were more similar in terms of the temperatures. But for maximum, we can see warmer temperatures for this year, for so far. Now we're comparing rainfall for the 2025 and 2026. Just a broad overview of the graph. The black line here, it shows our average rainfall distribution across the island. And we see there are two peaks. We have a smaller peak in May and a bigger peak in October. That's our normal climatological peak, or how we look at the rainfall distribution across the island. That's how, and there was usually like a little bit of a midsummer drought between June and July and into August. But if we look at last year compared to this year, we saw May had a high amount of rainfall, over 200 millimeters of rainfall. And we saw October here had the highest rainfall recorded for last year, almost 300 millimeters. And we note especially there was Tropical Storm Jerry that came last year that caused this big bump in what we saw for October. But if we compare to what we're seeing for this year now, we're not seeing the same peak going up in May as in what we see from last year. That is indicated by the darker blue colors here. We're seeing that from January, February, and then we heading into March, April, May, we see that the rainfall has gone down quite significantly, and when we're comparing it to last year. So we see in May had about an average about 17 millimeters of rainfall compared to the over 200 that we saw last year. So that's very significant in terms of what drought conditions we are seeing right now and our water levels in terms of how much rainfall we're getting. So let's to look at our temperature extremes for July to May 2026, July last year to May 2026. Across Antigua and Barbuda, we want to note that the highest temperature we recorded at the Diamond Station was on October 4th last year at 36.6 or 37 degrees Celsius. That is about 98 degrees Fahrenheit. And of course, that's very, very hot, almost 100. So last year, even if last year was not the hottest year on record, because 2024 is actually the hottest year on record globally, temperatures are still quite warm. Across Barbuda, July 28th last year at the Hannah Thomas Hospital Station, 34.9 or 35 degrees Celsius. And we can see that the temperatures across Barbuda are a bit lower than what we are seeing in Antigua, probably due to the size of Barbuda compared to Antigua. For minimum temperatures, Antigua, we saw Freetown seems to be our coldest part of the island at 12.4 degrees Celsius. That's very, very cold conditions. And we saw that also in Barbuda at 13.9 at the Sir McChesney George Station. So this is just to show what our temperatures were like. And this was recorded, both of them were recorded on December 28th last year. In terms of our national drought monitoring that we've been doing, last year, Antigua experienced a short-term drought from June to October 2025 last year, and it was marked by severely dry conditions across the island. However, that concluded with the passage, or when we got tropical storm Jerry. This is just the image of Potworks Dam from November 2025. This was after Jerry passed, but that's just Potworks Dam. Antigua is currently experiencing a short-term drought since January 2026, as we saw by the rainfall that we have not seen in May thus far. And it's currently moderately dry conditions, but we're still continuing to monitor that. And moving on, we want to look at a brief look at the hazards that we saw. So, of course, Tropical Storm Jerry had the highest rainfall occurred at the northeastern region of Antigua. So this was between October 9th to the 11th of 2025, and the maximum 24-hour rainfall recorded at the VC Bird Airport was measuring 212.2 millimeters. That's about 8.35 inches, almost 9. So in Barbuda also, they have recorded 111 millimeters of rainfall at the Summer Chesney George School. And our maximum sustained winds for that storm was 41.2 millimeters on October 10th. So you see the path of Jerry here. It kind of reminds us of Tropical Storm Philippe in terms of it was a very shared storm. A lot of the clouds and everything was off from the center. And we can see in our radar image here that a lot of the rainfall was to the east of the storm and the center was closer to the western parts. And we can see the more yellow colors here, indicating that the heaviest rainfalls, and we saw it over Antigua and Barbuda in some parts, got most of this rainfall. Here's just a map showing the distribution of that rainfall across for the period during Tropical Storm Jerry, and we can see the places indicated here in the northeastern quadrants of Antigua, and that is also showing on the map that we saw at the first for the entire wet season. So Jerry brought a significant amount of rainfall for our wet season last year. So here's just some videos of what was happening. Here's near landing strip across from the airport is in the background there. And here's another community here. I'm not sure where this is, but we see significant flooding was going on, a lot of road blockage going on across Antigua and Barbuda during Tropical Storm Jerry. So other hazards that we have, not less than a week after Tropical Storm Jerry. I'm getting ahead of myself. There was another flash flood event that occurred on October 16, 2025. It produced less rainfall, yes, but if we look at the fact that we had Jerry just a few days before, and then this event occurred just a few days later, we already had wet soil, we already had saturated soils, so this event would have maybe pronounced more flooding and, had conditions made conditions a little bit harder for some people. So it was a frontal trough system that was coming down, and we see this band of clouds here on the satellite imagery. I see it concentrated over Antigua and Barbuda especially. Important thing to note that this particular event had a lot of lightning associated with it. So this is a snapshot of our lightning mapper showing the red dots, and the different dots are showing the lightning strikes that we had across the area. And you see a lot around Antigua and Barbuda at that time. And this is our radar imagery showing the rainfall. You see this band of rain is just circulating or driving itself across Antigua, mostly across the period. There was another rainfall event, the one for this year, that was reported on February 10th, 2026. However, it was significant in terms of we recorded 59.7 millimeters in 24 hours, but there was not much in terms of flooding reports associated with this event, and this was the only event for the year thus far. So here's videos from that event after Jerry last year. Saw This is in Barbuda. Lightning strikes occurred in Barbuda, and that was damage done to a lamppost there. And here's some flooding that occurred from that event. You see, even if we didn't have the 200 plus millimeters that we got from Jerry, we see it was still significant flooding due to probably the wet conditions that were already there across the area. So another hazard that we see across Antigua and Barbuda from last year to this year, Saharan dust events. Last few days ago, we had a significant surge of Saharan dust across the area, probably impacted persons with respiratory ailments. Here's a graphic that is just showing the air quality index across Antigua and Barbuda for 2025. So the greens basically indicate good air quality. However, those instances where you see a lime green or a yellow color indicate that air quality is not as good. So probably when the passage of Saharan dust came through. And it's important to note that June is a month where we see the highest surge of Saharan dust events for Antigua in general. So here's an image showing, this was taken on the 2nd of June, I believe, at the airport, and we see that the skies are gray and we cannot see the mountain. There's some hills that we can see behind here, usually on a clear day. However, you see they're very washed out. We can't even see the vegetation on them. That's indicating that. And these two images are showing the comparison between last year and this year. They're satellite images showing the aerosols across the area. And if we want to look at a comparison, this picture was taken on May 7th last year versus June 1st of this year. And we see that around that time last year, there wasn't much Saharan dust in the area, and the skies were bluer and clearer, versus this year, where we see that the skies are hazier and there are a lot more Saharan dust in the area. And Saharan dust impacts our respiratory issues, of course, also our visibility, and also the dryness of the atmosphere as well. It contributes to a lot of the dryness we've seen across the area. So with that, I want to wrap up with some key messages I want to take note. The 2025 wet season was in near normal conditions, and the 2026 dry season for this year, now by the end of May, is now below normal. And this is showing us that we have a short-term drought for 2026 thus far. So with that, I've come to the end of our presentation for today, this presentation. So any questions, or thank you for listening? Questions? Oh, questions will be at the end, sorry, at the end.
Show your appreciation once again to Ms. Humphreys. So next, Mrs. Mahala Alvarez will come, and she will give us her presentation focusing on the dry season so far for 2026. Let's welcome her.
Which one? This one? Good morning, everyone. I'm Mahala Alvarez, Research Officer of Antigua and Barbuda Met Service. I will try that everybody gets understand drought in Antigua. So the outline for this presentation is the drought types and definitions, drought timeline, and the drought products that we issue at the Met Office. So there is several types of drought, but we will focus here on the meteorological drought. So for us, a meteorological drought is a period with an abnormal precipitation deficit. So to assess and evaluate the drought, we use the standard precipitation index. I will not go deep on this index, but this index is used for drought monitoring, and it also provides a standardized measure of the drought severity across the different regions and timelines. So it's a standardized index that we will use for assess and forecast drought. So the meteorological drought, there is two types. We have the short-term drought and the long-term drought. Short-term refers to a period from 3 to 6 months, and the long-term drought is 12 or more months. So in this graph, so you can see this is the SPI, so the standard precipitation index, SPI, So we can see that the negative values are related with dry conditions, and the positive values are related with the wet conditions. For example, in here we can see a peak. It was in 1999. It was associated with the Hurricane Lenny. So we also can assess how wet is the season. So not just dry conditions, also wet conditions. So we will focus now on the negative values. So this is another way to show the drought timeline. So as we can see, the most intense event, so we can show it was like in 2013 that we get a severe drought up to 2016. So right now, we can see us at the beginning of 2026, in January, we are experiencing a moderate drought in Antigua. So this drought can evolve to moderate. It's moderate right now, but it can evolve to serious or severe, as well as we are going to June, July, and August. So this is our wet season, but the forecast is being like this is a spoiler. So we were forecasting to have a below normal season. So this drought for now is moderate, but could evolve to serious drought. So these are some of the products that we use. So we check like global products from the Climate Predictive Center. So in this map, on the right side, you can see that we are here. So in this map, so the yellows and red means dry conditions, and the greens and blue means wet conditions. So for us in Antigua and Barbuda, we have in the extreme dry conditions. So we have at local level, so we have some estimated products that we can assess how the drought is distributed across the island. So we can analyze 1 month of SPI, so standard precipitation index, 3 months, 6 months, or 12 months. So we can see, for example, the 1 month means how dry or how wet was the last month. 3 months, the 3 past months, and so far. So as we can see, May was extremely dry in the eastern side of the region and moderate dry on the south and some part in the north. So if we go into back to 3 months, so we can see how severe dry conditions are across the island. And if we're going back 6 months, so we can see how the situation is worse. Like we have like exceptional dry conditions on the eastern side of the island. And if we check the last 12 months, so we can see the conditions are not so intense as the short term, but we start to see how in the eastern side of the island, so it's developed dry, extremely dry conditions. So we also have measured values that are calculated for each station. So for example, the BC International Airport Station, so we can see how in the last 6 months, the conditions are extremely dry. So in the south, like the station located at Cop Cross, we can see how the condition for the past 6 months will be normal. But in average, for the whole island, we have severely dry conditions in average. And with this type of product, we can also see how the drought developed. Like at the end of December 2026, we have wet conditions on the northeastern side of the island and normal conditions on the rest of the island. But by January, the conditions start to be moderate. At the end of May, we have seen severely and extremely dry conditions. So in terms of forecast, we forecast 2 types of products. The first one is the alert level. So we made this alert level for short term and long term. So these alert levels are based on the chance to have a moderate or worse drought. So for example, if the chances are low, so the alert level is no concern. But if the chances are like medium, like from 30 to 50% chance, so we will establish a drought watch. A drought watch means that a moderate or worse drought is possible. But we have the drought warning and the drought emergency. For a warning, when we say it's a drought warning, so we can see, so the means is that a moderate or worse drought is evolving. And when we have the drought emergency is when we have high chance to have a moderate or worse drought. So for now, the short term, we do 2 forecasts. So we forecast the short term for 3 months at the end of next month. So we will say that at the end of June, so a drought is possible across the island, but in the northeastern side of the island, the chances are higher. And for the short terms, at the end of August, this is 6 months XPI. So we were going like 4 months on the future. So we are forecasting a drought warning for the whole island. A drought warning means that a moderate or worse drought is possible. Is evolving, sorry. So the other products, also as for the monitoring, we use the global forecast too. So at the end of June, they are forecasting for us extremely dry conditions and severely dry conditions for Antigua and Barbuda. So at local level, we can see by the end of June, the conditions are more higher to have a moderate or worse drought on the eastern side of the island. By the end of August, the forecast is that we get moderate dry conditions for the whole island. And for the long-term forecast, so we do this forecast at the end of the Caribbean dry season and the Caribbean wet season. So if we are before May, we will forecast by the end of May. But if we are in June, we are forecast by the end of November. So this is long-term. So we are forecasting since December to November. So since December last year to November this year. So it's 12 months SPI. So we have a watch. So that means that at the end of November, a moderate or worse drought is possible. And we are expecting normal conditions on the northern area of the Antigua and moderate conditions on the eastern side. So this forecast is updated monthly. So drought is an accumulative precipitation deficit. That's why we not just do the forecast like in the future, but for the forecast, we use the total rainfall in the past. So every month for this forecast, we will update the past month information. So it is important to see that if the next month are being dry, so this forecast will be different each month. So one example, so for the drought that we start in January, since December, we established the drought watch. And in January 2026, we established the drought warning at the end of April. So in the left side, you can see the forecast, and in the right side, the observed value. So we forecast severely dry conditions for the whole island, and we just get it like on the eastern and western side, and we get moderate drought. But it's still, so we have like in 4 months in advance, we have the forecast. So for summary, so meteorological drought refers to a prolonged period characterized by significantly below average precipitation. And we want to say that an effective drought monitoring and forecasting are critical tools for guidance, sectorial planning, and decision making. So drought products are updated monthly, and there are typical issued by the 15th of each month. So you can go and check this update information each month. So this is everything. So thank you. We'll do the question next.
This one has to stay. So you would have heard a summary of the wet season last year, leading into the dry season that we have just emerged from at the end of May, and we have now started the hurricane season coinciding with the wet season for 2026. So my task now is to talk about heat, because you may not fully recognize that in the Caribbean region, we are exposed to a tremendous amount of heat. We are between the Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn, which means that the sun's angle is pretty much overhead all the time. If it migrates, well, the sun really doesn't move, but you understand, all right? Phenomenology is that big word. When we say the sun moves, but it really doesn't move, it's the earth that's spinning, etc. So the sun's angle is pretty much going to be overhead, and even when it migrates north and south, depending on the season, we still end up with a lot of heat in the Caribbean. So we're going to talk about this for a little bit, and its impacts on Antigua and Barbuda. So what do we know? We're going to be talking about heat waves and excessive heat definitions. And I want to get a feedback from the speaker, so let me come over here. Talk about some sectoral impacts and some key messages and takeaways. This graph is worth 1,000 words. It tells us several things. It establishes that our heat season is anywhere from the middle of July all the way down to roughly in October. Okay? That's when the Atlantic is warmest, and that's when the sun's angle is pretty much overhead most of the time. And so that's the bulk of our heat annually. So you have maximum temperature, minimum temperature, and mean temperature. The top line is the heat index using information from 1991 to 2020. What is obvious here is that the heat index, which is a feel-like temperature, is the actual temperature, but then you factor in the wind and humidity. And what this tells us is that what the temperature is recording is often not what our body experiences. And you will see here that sometimes this climbs close to 40 and even above. And by international convention, that's heat stroke territory and so on. Okay? And we're getting that for several months throughout the course of the year. By definition, a heat wave is an unusual period of hot weather over a region persisting for at least 2 to 3 consecutive days and nights during the hot period of the year based upon local climatological conditions, with thermal conditions recorded above given thresholds. In other words, a heat wave for us is where we take the top 10% of our hottest days. Okay? And once the temperature climbs into that region, we're into heat wave territory. You will also appreciate here, the gray areas are heat wave days. This is information going back from 2001 all the way to 2025. You will notice we've had heat waves, etc. But then something happened from 2020 to 2025. We have doubled and tripled in Antigua and Barbuda the number of heat waves we have been experiencing. This is cause for alarm because our climate is becoming hotter and hotter. This is not hot, the soaker. This is just weather we're talking about, okay? So this heat map also gives us some indication as well. You will notice that for the months of June all the way to October, it is consistent with what we are suggesting, the hottest period of the year. These are our actual heat index. And once you factor in days where the humidity is hot, and we live in a humid climate, we're surrounded by a lot of water. And what the humidity does, it's We have some health experts in the room, and they tell us that once the humidity is hot, it short circuits the body's ability to release sweat and cool you down. So the problem is we're already experiencing a lot of hot conditions during the day. And if these hot conditions persist in the night vis-a-vis higher than normal nighttime temperatures, it means that the body's ability to cool down is severely compromised. That's what we're experiencing in Antigua and Barbuda. On a spread of hours rather, and this is solar radiation, and I made this point earlier, you will notice from as early as, let's say, even from 9 to around 2 o'clock, just about from January all the way down to even December, because of where we're located. It makes the point that we are getting some hot temperatures as early as 9, 10 o'clock in the morning and going down to 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. By the way, this is where our students are doing extracurricular activities, the hottest time of the day. Interesting, isn't it? So let's talk about some sectoral impacts. Because we tend to talk about heat, but what does it mean? What are the implications of this excess heat and all of this heat waves we've been getting and the turn in our climate, particularly from 2020, tourism? This graph tells us that, and by the way, coincides with the off-season too. And there's a reason for the off-season, because the tourists are not coming here as much in summer because it's very, very hot. And these are the numbers. We have a massive drop in our tourism arrivals, visitor arrivals from May to October, with July, August, and September being the worst because it's uncomfortable. We should be able to market our tourism all year round. So for our tourism colleagues, this is a point for us to even strategize. How can we get the tourists here during our hottest period so we can maximize on the tourism sector and its importance to the economy of Antigua and Barbuda? But the data is the data, and it shows that they're not coming in those months because it is hot and it's getting hotter. Energy. This is the big one. The grid information is on the top, and you will notice there's a peak demand, particularly between May and going down to October, coinciding again with the heat season, and you'll appreciate it. If it gets hotter, you run the fans and the AC even more. And because you're going to see in a couple of minutes when we look at the outlooks, and we've already been talking about drought and so forth, when you have hot and dry conditions, it means that there's a greater demand to produce energy. And APUA is already indicating that the bills are going to go up, and I totally understand. If in a drought you're running your desalination plants even more, it drives up the cost of energy. So we see some interesting parallels in the hottest time of the year and its impacts on tourism and now on energy. Fossil fuel, we depend upon it. APUS diesel high, our diesel heavy generation mix means heat season demand spikes, translate directly into fuel import costs and carbon emissions. Let's talk about public health. This is another interesting one. I apologize. I thought I changed the colors, but this is dengue, and this is your heat index. And what this shows, interestingly, is that where we have high heat index, we tend to see a spike in diseases that are mosquito-borne, vector-borne. Okay? We also have admitted that those kind of temperatures are where you have heat strokes and excess heat and heat exhaustion, etc. And we have so many persons who are working outdoors. Okay? Construction workers, farmers, etc., etc. We have seen a rise in the proliferation, the population of some of these vector-borne diseases. And when you consider as well that between May, June, and November is also the wet season. We've also seen that after a rainfall event, 2 to 3 weeks afterwards, we get a spike in those mosquito population. The Aedes aegypti mosquito, and right now malaria is something that we're contending with. Disaster management. So the hurricane season overlaps with the wet season. And here is where it becomes a problem for a small country like ours, because our NODs and disaster officials have to contend oftentimes with more than one event. You have flooding, which is possible during the wet season, excess rainfall. You have tropical cyclones, which is another event altogether. You have carnival in the peak of the, not peak, but the part of the hottest time of the year. So you could have mass casualty events. And so it puts strain on the resources already limited for the National Office of Disaster Services to coordinate all of this. Red Cross is here. They can fully appreciate something like this. So heat and water and its deficiency have impacts on that sector. Speaking of water, you will see here that the reservoir storage levels dip during the hottest time of the year. One of the main reasons, evapotranspiration. Did you know that we lose inches of rainfall on a daily basis from potworks, etc.? It's a wide open space. Surface area, more exposed to the sun, evapotranspiration is going to be high. And so we could easily lose volumes upon volumes from our catchment areas. And it coincides, the reservoir storage levels drop as the heat goes up. I think that is pretty clear. So heat is a serious issue. Some takeaways. Serious enough for us to strategize now for it to become a national agenda. We're in a crisis. The demographics, the elderly, children, pregnant and lactating mothers, people with pre-existing conditions. Heat is often a trigger for other emergencies. You're not going to see heat stroke on the death certificate. You may see cardiac arrest, you may see pulmonary embolism and all the fancy words, but heat is often a trigger. And because we're exposed to more and more heat because of our location and because the climate is changing, we have to talk nationally now about this. The need for early warning systems. Mr. Destiny would have laid that out. Early warning for all must be our focus, where we're developing early warning systems to help us deal with heat episodes in Antigua and Barbuda. And having a national plan. So in terms of just some specific takeaways, where we go from here? Number one, we are seeking to establish formal agreements, data sharing agreements. We have a presentation on that later, in which many sectors can come on board and partner with the Met Office, where our products are not just generally for the public now, but targeted to your specific sector to help you in your decision making. As it relates to tourism, we can develop a sub-seasonal approach. We can develop more products to help our tourism managers. I want to say something quickly here, because during the summer season, the small numbers that are here, we need to have a strategy whereby we're helping our tourists appreciate that Antigua and Barbuda has a precious commodity. It's not gold, it's actually water. And we need to safeguard it. You know, we tend to let them come and let them relax, and they run the showers as long as they want, and they go in the pools as long as they want, etc. But there are territories in the Caribbean that have started to message to help, or campaign to help the tourists appreciate the need to save water. No, you go to a hotel and they change your towel every day. Which one of you change your towel every day? At home. We don't do it, do we? So why can't we help our tourists to appreciate it's a precious commodity? If we save it today, we will have it tomorrow. So there should be a campaign in which we're helping to change the paradigm all across the sectors, that water is something we need to manage better and conserve if we want to have it all available to us tomorrow and next week. And we can talk about the other sectors, how we could develop synergies. But the biggest takeaway here is for us to have a national strategy on drought management, water management, and dealing with the issue of heat. And I will close with this, that the Met Office is looking to increase our partnerships, formal arrangements with various sectors. So we're not just providing something to the public now. We want to assist you in your various sectors for decision-making and policy initiatives that would help us as a country deal with the issue of heat and its impacts on Antigua and Barbuda. With that, I thank you. So we're going to move on, and now we will have a presentation. Ms. Humphreys will come back, and she's going to talk about El Nino. What is El Nino, you're hearing? What is it all about? Well, Ms. Humphreys is going to help us. Let's welcome her again as she comes. So we want you to just hold the questions, write them down and hold them, because we have a section where we will deal with Q&A based on all the presentations. All right, thank you.
Okay, good morning again, everyone. I am back, and I'll be presenting on the El Nino for 2026. So we've been hearing about Super El Nino headlines across the U.S. Media groups. They've been saying, "Oh, Super El Nino is going to be bad. It's a lot of heat. What's going on with that?" So we're here to understand what exactly is going on with El Nino and how would it affect us specifically in Antigua and Barbuda for the 2026 season. So here's a brief outline. We will talk about what the El Nino and the La Nina are, how El Nino and La Nina affect our weather patterns, and the specific impacts of the El Nino in Antigua and Barbuda, and what are the current conditions and the forecast that's been given out for this year. So let's start off. El Nino is just one part of what we call a climatological pattern. It is the El Nino Southern Oscillation, or ENSO for short, and El Nino and the La Nina are opposite phases of a natural climate pattern that is seen across the tropical Pacific Ocean. So that is right here off the coast of Peru in South America. That is where we see the El Nino and the La Nina developing. So it basically swings back and forth every 3 to 7 years on average across the region. So there's a neutral part, and then there's neutral phase, and then there's an El Nino phase, which is the warm phase, and the La Nina phase, which is the cool phase. Warm phase means that the Pacific region right here off the coast of Peru, this region right here, it's warming more than normal, basically. And the La Nina is a cool phase, meaning that it's cooling than what the neutral indicates. So because the Pacific Ocean is this big, large, it's our largest ocean on Earth, it is a source of, it stores a lot of heat. And a lot of heat, we know heat drives weather and drives our atmosphere. So this specific region can impact a lot of places around the world. That's why we say, if we see an El Nino happening here, it can impact us in the Caribbean, it impacts India with their monsoons, it can impact the UK with more storms or different storms happening. It can impact everywhere around the world. So that's why it's very important to understand this specific oscillation. So we're just going to start off with the neutral conditions. This is basically how it's set up across the region. So neutral conditions is what we see normally. So over us in the Caribbean, we would have our regular rainfall patterns we see, notwithstanding other factors that would lead to drier or wetter conditions. And then over the Indonesian, Indian area of the Pacific, the Western Pacific, they would also see rainfall or more rainfall areas. So over the area where we see the El Nino and the La Nina, they would see drier conditions. So that's basically the setup. It's a atmospheric circulation that sets up over the Pacific region. So for the El Nino, what basically happens, our trade winds across the Pacific region over the equator, they basically backslide or slow down over the area. So it's not pushing a lot of this water over to the western Pacific region. So what really happens is that there's a pooling of this warm water here, and that's when we see the waters rising warmer than average. And because of that, this throws off the balance of the whole Pacific normal circulation, and we will see a shift in this rainfall convective activity towards this warmer pool right here. And because of that shift, we are going to see drier conditions on average because of that, and so is areas in India and Indonesia areas in the Western Pacific. So that's basically how the El Nino works at the basic level. The La Nina is the opposite. The La Nina is a more pronounced version of the neutral conditions. Neutral conditions, basically, the trade winds are, for the La Nina, the trade winds increase across the Pacific region, and it pushes even more rainfall. So this is when you would see India reporting, they're having a lot of floods, monsoon season is worse than usual. This is usually happens during the La Nina. And then for us, because of that, it causes more rainfall activity for us in the Caribbean. So that is when we say, there's a La Nina happening, we're having a wetter seasons, we're having more hurricanes or a stronger hurricane season in terms of that. So in terms of hurricane season in particular, for the El Nino, we're going to see fewer hurricanes based on climatological data than average, because of the stronger vertical wind shear. Now, stronger vertical wind shear just means that hurricanes basically need a vertical flow of air from the surface high up in the sky to fuel themselves from the sea. But when we have an El Nino now, we have these strong winds from the Pacific that's coming over us in the Atlantic, and it's going to blow off a lot of those thunderstorm tops, causes a lot of weakening of hurricanes. So that's when we say there's a high wind shear. Wind shear is a very important factor when it comes to hurricanes. And if there's a lot of wind shear across the region, the hurricanes wouldn't develop as much, or they would be weaker or fizzle out quicker because of that. So over us, that's what we would see for the El Nino. For the La Nina over us in the Caribbean, there's the opposite, because the strengthening of the neutral and all the convection going this way, and we would have less wind shear because of that circulation that's happening. They would see that hurricanes don't have anything to hinder their development. They'll get stronger. We'll maybe have more hurricanes during a La Nina or more frequent storms because of that. So that's basically the explanation for that. So we're going to look at the El Nino impacts across Antigua and Barbuda. So this graph basically is showing a correlation or the relationship between the El Nino and the impacts we see in terms of rainfall and temperature across Antigua and Barbuda. So we're seeing that when we compare El Nino events to La Nina events, the El Nino would have a greater impact on our wet season than, say, if we had a La Nina. La Nina has a weaker relationship with it, or weaker correlation. That's what we see in the data. So if we're seeing for rainfall, if we start off May, June, July, that's from our dry season into our wet season, we're seeing some negative values in terms of our relationship or correlation. Meaning that when we see an El Nino, we tend to see drier conditions, less rainfall because of that. And in relation to temperature, if we look at a temperature for the same wet season, we see that if we have an El Nino, we see higher temperatures across Antigua and Barbuda because of that. So if we want to say El Nino, basically for us, would give us drier conditions during our wet season and warmer conditions during our wet season. So for our current conditions on our forecast, currently we are in neutral conditions. So when we're monitoring El Nino or the ENSO system, we have to monitor it for a consecutive number of months. There's a specific terminology that we use, but just for simplicity, we monitor it for a consecutive number of months, because if you're seeing the above normal temperatures in the Pacific for 1 month, we want to make sure it's not some sort of climate formality or some sort of just a little fluctuation. We want to make sure it's consistent, and then that's when we will declare that, okay, yes, this is El Nino that's happening for that. So right now we're currently in an El Nino watch or warning kind of situation. And we basically have to see temperatures. If we look at past El Ninos, temperatures above minus 0.5 in terms of warming is 0.5 degrees above normal that we would have to see for the El Nino. So if we look at our current conditions and our forecast, so if we're looking at for a forecast, this graph is basically showing the confidence that we would have an El Nino. So we see going in from May, June, July, and into August and into the rest of the year, we see that we have high confidence that El Nino is likely to develop over the region. And for this graph now, we're seeing this is actually the intensity graph. So it's going to show how much warmer we're going to get in that Pacific region specifically. So you see here in the past, this was last year, we had a weak La Nina last year, so temperatures were below 0.5 degrees below average last year, but it was a weaker La Nina, so it didn't have too much of an effect. So then when we are in this year, so this is April, we see that we're in about neutral. We're about 0 here. This is observed. So this here is showing our model spread and our forecast for the region. So this is May, June, July, and we're seeing that the forecast is calling for warming in the Pacific of 0.9 degrees Celsius. And then by the end of December, we're seeing that the forecast is saying that it could reach 2 degrees Celsius. So if we look at it in this context, 2 degrees warmer than normal in the Pacific, that is actually significant in terms of that's a very strong looking El Nino. But if we want to compare it, so what did we see in the past? What have we seen in past historical events? We had one similar to that forecast I'm just talking about in 2015. Here we saw around the same time as what the forecast was saying. This is August, September, October, and then into December and into January the next year. For 2015, we saw 1.9, 2.2 above normal temperatures. This is similar conditions to that. And because of that, in Antigua specifically, when we look at the data, we saw that our dry season was significantly lower than the average. We saw 5.8 inches in 2015, and the average was 13.83, which is significantly low. And then for the wet season in particular, we saw 15.8 inches for the total in 2015, when the average is 25.6. So if we can compare the historical El Nino to what we've seen in this forecast, this indicates that we would definitely have a high confidence that there would be very lower than average rainfall and warmer temperatures across Antigua and Barbuda when it comes to the El Nino, especially since the El Nino is likely to last into next year, February. So with that, we want to talk about our key messages. And so influence is seasonal, with the strongest effects occurring during the wet season, especially for the El Nino in that relationship. El Nino events are generally associated with drier than normal conditions, along with warmer than normal conditions for us in Antigua and Barbuda and in the Caribbean in general. And so alone, we want to make note that it cannot fully explain rainfall variability. So we could have an El Nino happening and say we having more storms, we're having things. There's still other factors that contribute to that, like the Atlantic warm waters could still fuel these storms, or other factors that can help develop these storms. It's still possible. But we use El Nino for the forecast as so on. Neutral conditions are current at this time. However, El Nino is likely to emerge by the end. Well, when we continue monitoring, we have a high chance by the end of July 2026, and is likely to last into the Northern Hemisphere winter, so that's for us, until February 2027. So with that, I have come to the end of El Nino. Hope it was understandable for everyone. So thank you for listening.
So we have been sitting for a while. We apologize again for the late start. We had a little bit of technical challenges here at the conference room. So what we're going to do, we're going to just take a short break. We're going to have our coffee break now, but it's not going to be the traditional coffee break. We want you to grab what's there, come back to your seats, and listen and eat at the same time. We do that all. We watch TV and eat. We watch TV on the phone and eat. So we are going to be like typical Antiguans and Barbudans. We're going to eat and listen at the same time. Okay? So let's just stretch our feet a little bit. There are some snacks for the coffee break available. Just the ladies will assist you as you queue up. And I only ask that you stretch a little bit and come back to your tables with what you have, and we will continue our we have 2 more presentations and a Q&A before the scheduled coffee break, but we're going to bring it forward because you've been sitting for a while, you've been here since this morning. So let's do that now, and we come back to the tables, and after a couple of minutes, we will continue our presentations. Thank you so much. have a presentation on what I believe is perhaps one of the most important aspects of our workshop today, this National Climate Outlook Forum, and it is the wet season forecast. What can we expect for the next couple of months in terms of temperatures, in terms of drought, in terms of rainfall, and what are the implications? So I'm going to call on Ms. Alvarez again, Mahela, to give us this wet season forecast.
Good day, everyone, again. So the outline for this presentation is temperatures and rainfall trends, temperature and rainfall projection, the seasonal outlook. We're going to repeat again the drought outlook, and we will make a zoom on the outlook for the month of June. So the trends we analyzed for Visitor International Airport Station, the trend between 1970 and 2025. So from this data, we analyzed that Antigua, so this station experienced nearly a 0.5 degrees Celsius of warming with a consistent increases in both mean and the extreme temperatures. The strongest signals are observed in the nighttime warming and the decline of the cool extreme, pointing to high risk of heat stress and public health impacts. So we can see in this graph, so the red colors are related with the maximum temperature and the blue color with the minimum temperature. So as you can see, the trend is not so high for the maximum extremes, but if we check the minimum extreme, like the nighttime temperatures, so we can see like there is a negative trend for the cooler extremes. That means that if the trend is negative, so that means that there is a decrease of the cool extreme during night. And we can see for the top 19 percentile or the hottest extreme during the nighttime temperature, we can see that the trend is positive. That means that there is an increase of hot extreme during the nighttime temperatures. For rainfall, trends remain statistically insignificant. So that's reflecting the dominance of the climate variability over long-term chance and the local scale. So these findings highlight the urgent need for heat monitoring and adaptation strategies in Antigua. So we will just analyze what happened in the past. So right now we will see what are the projections for like at the end of 2100. So the projections are the forecast of the climate based on 5 scenarios. So these scenarios are from low emissions scenario. So with this low emission scenario, so the warming is aimed to be well below, like around the 2 degrees Celsius of warming. So for this scenario, the projected total rainfall for 2100 is around 835 millimeters. And the very high emission scenario, so this scenario is if it continues to a severe warming due to continued use of fossil fuel. So for this very high emission scenario, so the projected total rainfall for the year 2100 is 645. So in this graph, the black line is the average of the rainfall for Antigua and Barbuda. So as you can see, the trend is to continue like same. But with this scenario, so the blue colors are the very low emission scenario, and the red colors are the very high emission scenarios. So we can see how for all the scenarios, so the for the very low, the trend will be remain like same, but for the very high emission scenarios, so the trend for the total rainfall is to decrease the total year amount of precipitation. So currently, our average total annual precipitation is around the 1,000 millimeters. So if we continue with these high emissions, so we can have a reduce almost to little more than the half of the rain that we get right now. For temperature, it's a different like rainfall. So in the past, we can see there is a trend to an increase of the mean temperature, of the average temperature. So for now, with all these scenarios, so you can see the low emission, the trend continues to be increasing the temperature, but not so high as the very high emission scenario. So the mean temperature can be over the 29 degrees Celsius for the mean temperature. In this other graph, we can see how in the past 10 years, so there is a normal warming for the minimum temperature. So from 2000 to 2010, so you will be like normal conditions, but for the last 10 years, we will see an increasing of the minimum temperature. So it is higher for the months of September, October, November, and for the month of February and March. So these last 10 years were warmer than the rest of the year. So that is what will happen on the future, like 17 years ago. So for now, we will focus on the seasonal, so the outlook for the next season. So in terms of temperature, so we are forecasting for June, July, August, below to near normal temperature for the average temperature and for the maximum temperature. The forecast value is for the minimum 28 and 30.7 degrees Celsius for the maximum temperature. And for the minimum temperature in both seasons, so we are forecasting above normal temperature. So this is the nighttime temperature. So there will be like above normal temperatures. The forecast values are 25.8 degrees Celsius and 24.9 degrees Celsius. And for September, October, November, all the temperatures will be above normal. So for the next season, we will be like as El Nino will be present for those months, so we will get warmer than normal temperatures. And also at the regional level, so there is a forecast based on the heat impact. So they call it heat impact potential. So for now, for the season June, July, August, the forecast is in a slight chance to have an excessive heat hot spell during those 3 months. For rainfall, we are forecast for both seasons below normal temperatures. For the chance for below normal temperature for June, July, August is a 70% chance, so it's a high chance for us. And for September, October, November, is 75% chance to get below normal temperature. Rainfall, sorry. So, and the forecast values are 180 millimeters for June, July, August, and for September, October, November, 250 millimeters. So there is another product at regional level. This is the flash flood potential, or the probability to have at least one excessive rainfall event during the June, July, August. So one excessive rainfall event is when we get more than 30 millimeters in one day. So even if we are forecasting below normal temperatures, there is a moderate chance to get at least one extremely excessive rainfall event. So there is other type of forecast that is the wet day and the dry spell. So wet day is 1 day or 24 hours with more than 1 millimeter of rainfall. So the forecast below normal the total amount of wet day for the season June, July, August. And for the the chance to have at least 3 7-day spell. So the wet day is more than 1 millimeters of rainfall, and one dry day is less than 1 millimeter of rainfall. So the chance to have at least 3 7-day wet spell is around 60 or 69% chance. So we are forecasting below normal the number of wet days and moderate chance to have at least 3 7-day wet dry spell. So less wet days and more dry spells. So I just want to be quick with this because we already discussed the drought outlook, but just to remind that by the end of August, we are forecasting a drought warning. And for the long term, by the end of November, there is a watch that means that a moderate or worse drought can develop or can be on the end of November this year. So making a zoom on June, we are forecast below normal temperature for the average or mean temperature, and for the maximum temperature, we are forecasting below normal temperature. The forecast values are 27.8 degrees Celsius for the mean temperature and 30.3 degrees Celsius for the maximum, while the minimum temperature, the nighttime temperature, is forecast to be above normal, and the best estimated value is 25.7 degrees Celsius. For rainfall, we are forecasting below normal rainfall with a 60% chance. For the month of June, this is the forecast value, so we are forecasting that we get a greater amount of rainfall in the northern region of the Antigua, and the forecast value for the month of June is 35 millimeters or 1.38 inches. So the normal range for the month of June is between 50 and 85 millimeters. So this is what normally happens in the month of June, and we are forecasted 35 millimeters. And for the month of June, so there is a moderate chance to have at least one excessive rainfall event. So the key message are that below to near normal temperature during June, July, August, and above normal temperature for September, October, and November. Seasonal rainfall totals are expected to remain below normal, and the drought is expected to persist during the upcoming season. This is everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahela. There is a Toyota RAV4 A26963. You're blocking someone who needs to go immediately. So if you could help us, if that's your number, A26963. Something like that, all right? So you've heard the wet season outlook as it relates to temperatures, maximum temperature, minimum temperature, mean temperature, rainfall, and drought, etc. But let's remember that the wet season parallels the hurricane season. And so we also have an outlook on the hurricane season. And my boss, Mr. Destin, is going to come now and give us this hurricane season outlook. Let's welcome Mr. Destin again.
Thank you. Thanks, Alvin, and good morning once again. So yeah, the hurricane season, we are in it. Oh. We are day 4 of the hurricane season. Are you ready? Are you prepared? Of course, we may all know that the hurricane season begins from June 1 to November 30th. That's just a reminder. And I encourage you to take note of whatever questions you may have. We'll get to the questions shortly. And we also have a game later on this afternoon that will have questions based on the presentations, and there'll be gifts awarded accordingly. So take note, please. Now, this is what the hurricane season looks like in terms of the climatology on an annual basis. The peak period, the peak day is actually September 10. The peak period is August to October. But what can be noted here is that you can have storms outside of the hurricane season in December and also before June 1, as we all most likely would have seen over past years. We haven't had any preseason storms for a while. I think it's about a few years now, but certainly we know that this can happen. In terms of the forecast for the season, this is my forecast for the season. A 49% probability of an above normal season, 30% chance of, or probability of it being a normal, 21% chance of it being below normal. So we're talking about around 15 named storms, perhaps in the range of 11 to 20, 6 hurricanes in the range of 4 to 9, 3 major hurricanes in the range of 2 to 5. Now, the activity of the season is not necessarily based on the numbers themselves as they stand here. They're based on the accumulated cyclone energy index. And so that captures the overall season with respect to the number of storms, their duration, and intensity. So this is the early forecast that was issued, at which time there was a 59% probability of the season being above normal, and that has shifted to 49% chance of it being above normal. So the trend is expected to continue where this above normal figure is likely to trend downwards as we see the development of El Nino. Now, already there are other organizations that have issued forecasts for the season. For those of you who are closer by, you can see some listing at the back here, at the bottom here. This is NOAA. NOAA would have come out with a forecast recently indicating a below normal season, but you can see there are others that are straddling near normal and in some cases above normal. So these are the number of named storms being forecast by a number of agencies across the globe. The number of hurricanes, major hurricanes, and the ACE, as I told you, which is the critical metric that captures overall activity of the season. And this band here is the normal range, below normal, above normal. So we can see most organizations straddling the perhaps near normal range, but as I indicated, the anticipation is for the forecast to settle at below or near normal. So as a consensus from the global forecast, the forecast calls for 12 named storms, 5 hurricanes, 2 major hurricanes, and an ACE of 97, as compared to my recently issued forecast of 15, 6, 3, and 124. Now, last year hurricane season compared to the numbers, so the global ensemble or consensus would have called for 16 named storms at this time last year, 8 hurricanes, 4 major hurricanes, and an ACE of 143. What was observed? 13 named storms, 5 hurricanes, 5 major hurricanes. I think this may be incorrect. I think it should be 4 major hurricanes, 3 of which were Category 5 hurricanes. Second in terms of the number of Category 5s behind 2005. And of course, the average season is for 14 named storms, 7 hurricanes, 3 major hurricanes, and an ACE of 122. Of course, Melissa would have been the headline for last year's season, tied with Hurricane Allen for the strongest in terms of maximum sustained winds. And of course, we are fully aware of the impact it had on Jamaica. And recovery is still continuing there. And this highlights the notion of Yes, we show you the numbers that we're forecasting annually, but really and truly the focus is not on these numbers. The focus should be on the fact that there is a season every year, there will be hurricanes every year, and it only takes one to devastate you, one to ruin your community, or perhaps even ruin your life, as the case may be. So here are the names for this season, starting from Arthur and ending up at Wilfred, but clearly given the forecast, we're unlikely to get into this column, and something we'll welcome, but certainly will not be complacent with respect to the numbers. So this is something I wanted to show you as to the connectivity. This was shown before, but the connectivity between the hurricane season and El Nino. So this represents the circulation in the atmosphere when we have neutral conditions. No warming, no cooling, just neutral conditions in the equatorial Pacific. This represents the atmospheric circulation, and here we are in the Caribbean. During the neutral ENSO or neutral conditions, you have generally warming motion, rising motion over our area. You may recall, shall we say, indicating that hurricanes are generally reliant on warming, not only warming, but rising motion to enhance their formation, to enhance the development. So we'll keep a focus on here. This is La Nina. The rise in motion is even stronger during La Nina as compared to El Nino. Hence the reason why we talk about La Nina enhancing the hurricane season, or generally causes more tropical cyclone activity for the hurricane season in the Atlantic basin, including the Caribbean. Now here is El Nino. Notice the arrow is opposite direction. You have sinking air from the upper levels towards the surface. Let's go back to show you the comparison. So neutral, rising motion, encouraging cloud formation and development of tropical cyclones and tropical waves. Stronger rising motion during La Nina. And for El Nino, it's sinking motion. This is the sinking motion that suppresses the hurricane season. So weather systems are encouraged in terms of development when you have rising motion, so that you have warm air rising, cooling, condensation, cloud formation, and development. When the atmosphere is in the sinking mode, it caps the atmosphere. It increases stability in the atmosphere, which makes it harder for cyclones to form. It causes inversions in the atmosphere, and we spoke about the wind shear. These westerly winds become stronger and impact the vertical growth of cyclones. So that is how El Nino impacts the season. Of course, the forecast for this year is for an El Nino to form over the period May, June, July, MJJ, May, June, July. And that is, as we speak, we are seeing a transition from neutral conditions to El Nino conditions. That is warmer than normal sea surface temperatures across the equatorial Pacific, which is causing a change in the atmospheric circulation, which will result in sinking motion over our part of the world. So, does a quieter season mean Antigua and Barbuda is safe? Does a quieter season mean that we are safe? Somebody said not at all. Absolutely not. Okay? Because again, as I indicated, yes, we are interested in the numbers being forecast, but without the forecast, even if the forecast is for below normal season, there will be hurricanes, and it only takes one. So hurricane season preparation tips, something that is shown every year. Every year we should prepare as best as we can. Prepare for the worst and expect and hope for the best. So of course we need to determine our risk. It's not just a wind risk. Hurricanes are multi-hazard systems, so high winds, rainfall, storm surge, hazardous sea conditions. We need to develop an evacuation plan if we need to evacuate. We need to get insurance coverage. This line is being sponsored by Anjos. Bison, sorry, Bison's. Yeah, Bison's in-house. Assemble disaster supplies, strengthen your home, identify your trusted source of information. Hopefully that is us, the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service. And you need to write this plan down and share it. At least these are the tips generally that the disaster folks would like you to execute in preparation for the hurricane season. So, key message, key takeaways. The forecast is not yet settled. As El Nino develops, the models are going to continue to suggest lower probability for an above normal season. Likely it will settle eventually by the end of June or early July, where we'll see a greater consensus in the forecast of the season being near normal or below to near normal in terms of the activity for the season. Focus on preparation. The numbers are of interest, but the focus should be on preparation. Prepare as best as you can every time and hope for the best. And the third takeaway is to remain vigilant. We won't become complacent. Given the forecast, person may, turn away and say, okay, it's a quiet season or it's going to be a normal season, nothing to be concerned about, nothing to see here. But certainly we don't want to take that attitude because, as we have said, as we know, it only takes one. Last year it was Melissa, the year before that it was Beryl, and so on. And unfortunately, we all will have a turn at staring down one of these major Category 5 hurricanes. Hopefully our turn doesn't come soon again. We have seen, to some extent, Irma and Maria. Some may say Antigua didn't really quite see those storms, but the hope is that we don't have to stare one of those major Category 5 hurricanes down in a while, but eventually it will happen and we need to be as prepared as much as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Destin. So we have a good picture now as to how the next couple of months will look, the next 3 to 6 months, and even towards the end of the year, as it relates to the wet season outlooks and as it relates to the hurricane season. So now our task is to talk. Let's hear from you. What are some of the questions that you may have based upon what you've heard so far? Summary of the dry season, summary of the wet season. We looked at heat, we've looked at El Nino, we've looked at the wet season outlooks, we've looked at the hurricane season outlooks, hurricane season outlook. What resonates with you? What concerns you? What's on your mind? Let's talk. But before we do, let's get a chance to know the person who's sitting down next to you. When they came in, they said good morning, and they said good morning, but you didn't know their name. Or you may not have known their name. So rather than say, hey, let's introduce ourselves formally. Charissa is going to help me with the microphone. Let's start at the back, Charissa. And just tell us who you are, your name, and who you're representing. And right afterwards, we're going to have our questions, our Q&A.
Tadra Edwards, Central Board of Health, Principal Public Health Inspector.
Lorianne Henry Johnson, also with the Ministry of Health, Wellness, and the Environment. I'm actually representing the CMO today, but I'm really from the medical division and I do health disaster coordination and communications mainly.
Thank you.
Jose Humphreys, Antigua and Barbuda Red Cross Society.
Victoria Charlton, Antigua and Barbuda Red Cross Society.
Daryl Jackson, telecommunications consultant in the telecommunications division within the Ministry of Information Communication Technologies, Utilities and Energy.
Good morning, everyone. Sandra Henry Parker, Budget Office Director. I am representing the Financial Secretary today.
Good morning, Harmony Edwards, Drafting / Junior Engineer, Ministry of Works, sorry.
Morning again, I'm Tanya Taylor, Quality Assurance, Ministry of Works.
Good morning, everyone. Yasha Lawrence, Quality Assurance, Ministry of Works.
Good morning, everyone. I am Marissa Jackson, Quantity Surveyor, Ministry of Works.
Good morning, everybody. Jaciel Murphy from the Department of Environment, the head of the EMS and Pollution Unit.
Greetings. My name is Gregory Bailey, Director of Agriculture, Department of Agriculture within the Ministry of Agriculture.
Good morning. I'm Ilenius Ildefonso. I'm with the School of Science, Computing and Artificial Intelligence at the UWI 5 Islands. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Branson Bell, who is unable to join today.
Ian Horsford, Chief Fisheries Officer, Fisheries Division.
Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry to be late today. I'm Marjorie Parchment from Bryson's Insurance Agency.
Good morning, everybody. Veronica Yearwood from APOA, Water Business Sector, Hydrology.
Good morning, everyone. Apoy Robinson, Ministry of Tourism, Technical Officer.
Good morning, everybody. Mali Burns, Project Officer, UNDP. Early warnings for all.
Good morning, everyone. Frederick Southwell, representing the Development Control Authority, DCA.
Morning, everyone. I'm Philip Lloyd, Education Officer, Social Sciences, presenting the Director of Education, Mr. Clay Brown.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anne-Louise Hill, Department of the Blue Economy.
That's everyone? Yeah. Oh.
Hello, everybody. I'm Marietta Christian, Acting Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Civil Aviation and Transportation.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry. Selvina Gums, Executive Secretary within the Ministry of Civil Aviation.
Okay, so, these are the people I work with. So.
Good morning, Lon Salmon, Deputy Director, Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service.
Good morning, Simone Barnes Brown, QMS Officer, Antigua Barbuda Meteorological Service.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mahela Alvarez, Research Officer for Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service.
Okay, we have just a few more. They have the microphones there.
Good day, everyone. Delphia Roberts Phillips, Senior Assistant Secretary, Met Office.
Good day, everyone. Bizanita Prince, Secretary for the Antigua and Barbuda Met Office.
And we have our two very capable technicians.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vengeance Hughes. I'm a social media technician at the Met Office.
Morning, everyone. I'm Iverson Brooks, also social media technician at Met Office.
So you will notice our capacity at the Met Office. We're not easy, you know. We're not easy. We have a cadre of individuals that they're managing the technical aspects, and you would have heard the presentations from some fine ladies and so forth. We'll be doing pretty good, you know. We're doing well. So let's talk. in a couple of minutes, we will have some key responses from the sectors represented. But this is the time for us to interact now with what you would have heard. You had a lot this morning. But what is resonating with you? What's causing you to wonder, never thought about that? Or maybe it has caused some concern about what you're seeing for the next couple of months. So I want to put the questions or put the microphone, make them available for you to talk. Let's get the questions and we will try to respond. The presenters who would have, made some input this morning, or even others who may be able to give some responses. So who'll be first? Mahela and Sharissa will canvass the room. Okay, so let me ask a question then. Oh, yes, Marley has a question.
Hi, good morning again. We mentioned Sahara dust a bit earlier, and I know that it tends to have an effect on hurricanes coming across the Atlantic. So I wanted to know if there was anything in particular this year that we could, consider when it comes to the uptick in Sahara dust and the forecasted activity for the season.
Question to Mr. Destin, since he would have given the hurricane season forecast. Mr. Destin.
Yes, you are right that the Saharan dust has a suppressing effect on the hurricane season. However, our skill in forecasting the Saharan dust is quite limited. It goes out for days. So it's not factored into the hurricane season forecast that looks months ahead. So the answer to the question is, yes, we know that it suppresses the hurricane season, but we have no real good long-term forecast as to how that will be over the next 6 months or so.
And therein lies a problem, because I believe I'm correct in saying this. When we had Beryl a few seasons ago that developed and actually rapidly intensified, and some of the devastating effects across the Windward Islands, Beryl would have formed in between some episodes of Saharan dust. So even though, and Mr. Destin is right, even though our skill in forecasting episodes of Saharan dust in the long term, we can see it maybe a couple of days out, that is going to be coming in. This is something for us to keep vigilance about, because we could still find conditions somewhat conducive for development in between episodes of Saharan dust. The Atlantic is still a little bit warmer than usual and is likely to get warmer during the peak of the hurricane season. So going back to the key message, one of Mr. Destin's key message, even though the forecast is for normal to perhaps below normal, we cannot let our guard down, because you could find conditions in a small window right enough for that one system to form and come across us. There's a question. Marjorie has a question.
Thank you. This question is for... This question is for Mr. Destin. Mr. Destin, normally we speak about the sea surface temperatures. Recently, there was a report on the BBC regarding temperatures below the surface of the ocean and the potential impact this may have on the hurricane events for the season. And I wonder whether you are aware of this report and whether you have any comments that you wish to make.
I don't know the specific report you are referencing, but with respect to El Nino, we generally first observe El Nino happening below the sea surface, where we can see how the warming, where you have westerly waters moving eastwards across the Pacific equatorial region below the surface, and eventually that manifests itself at the surface. I'm not sure if that report is speaking to that.
To some extent, yes.
But so to the extent that we get a very strong El Nino, some of the media calls it a Jurassic El Nino. It sounds very glamorous. But to the extent we get one of those super El Niños, then that circulation that gets disrupted, where we have stronger or sinking motion across the Caribbean basin, that will have a greater suppressing effect on the hurricane season. And so the stronger that is likely to be, or stronger that becomes, the lower the numbers across the Pacific, the Atlantic are likely to be. And perhaps those storms that do develop will likely be generally weaker and struggle for formation and organization. But of course, as Arvin rightly said, you can get, something happening where you get a sweet spot of conducive conditions across the Atlantic nonetheless, and you still can have these major hurricanes developing and impacting us. And so, again, the need to be particularly prepared for the worst, but hope for the best.
Can I just say that it would appear that the El Nino effect seemed to be almost something that was not predicted earlier. And I wondered if that is correct, because how else would you explain a 20% almost reduction in the original projections for the above normal hurricane season from 59% to 49%?
The El Nino was in fact forecast very early, so there was no challenge in that forecast per se. What is true, notwithstanding the forecast, the ocean and the atmosphere still needs to respond to that heating. And so, although most times we talk about El Nino as an oceanic event, it's actually an atmospheric oceanic event, or oceanic atmospheric event, where the ocean heats up, the atmosphere, which is in contact with the ocean, responds to that heating, and you get the circulations being disrupted. So the change in terms of numbers would have been, the forecast looks at not only projected sea surface temperatures, but the actual sea surface temperatures as they were at a particular time. And so as the ocean and atmosphere couples and you get the interaction, you'll see that more and more the reality will shift towards the forecast conditions of El Nino, and hence the numbers in the forecast will drop. If you only look at the forecast sea surface temperatures in the model itself, you will see that the forecast is so below normal. But when you add in the reality of what is occurring, then it tends to modulate the numbers and put them at that level at this time, suggesting the highest probability is for above normal. I'm not sure if that is clear, but yeah. So it's not just a case of looking at what the forecast is saying for the sea surface temperatures, but also looking at what they actually are at this time.
Okay. Is there another question? Thank you, Marjorie. Yes, Ian. We'll get Ian, and then we'll get Gregory. Oh, sorry, Dr. Elephants will be afterwards. Okay, go ahead, Ian.
This is any one of the presenters. How do you deal with the issue of like a shift in baseline, particularly with the various parameters, whether it be temperature, heat index? Are you forced to reclassify the normal, above normal, and how did the Met Office actually deals with that?
That's a policy question. They don't want to take that?
Thank you for your question, and it's a good question. Is that really a policy question? It's a global question where the standard is set by the World Meteorological Organization. So every 10 years or so, the baseline is adjusted. So the last time we made an adjustment was in 2020. The next adjustment will be in 2030, looking at a 30-year period. And so we follow that guidance from the WMO. There are some other institutions that have their own internal standards, but that is the World Meteorological Organization standards with respect to the baselines.
So all that we're looking at now, in terms of our temperatures and rainfall, they are based on a comparison with the 30-year climatological norm. Right now, it's 1991 to 2020. Prior to that, it was 1981 to 2010. So they sort of overlap. So we take in 10 years, add to the last 20, and we keep going forward. All right? It's interesting you said that, because our data is showing that Antigua is becoming a drier climate. And it is not so much that the dry season is getting drier. The dry season is holding. The wet season is becoming drier. So between June rather, and November, we're seeing some slightly lower rainfall amounts. And when you run month to month, almost all the months are showing less, or the months are showing drier than normal. So it's something for us to consider, all right? But it's a 30-year climatological norm. So right now, the standard or the average is 1991 to 2020.
Thank you.
Dr. Ildefonso.
Right, thank you. I have two questions. One is sort of a build-up to the question that he asked on the heat index and how you go about it. So my question and somewhat of a suggestion is, well, first, have you recorded, or do you know if there has been like a particular year that was the hottest year in maybe history, and whether there could be some other study that lead to more like attributing that as to what might be causing this extreme heat event? And a follow-up to that is, do we have capacity to basically predict ahead of time to say, in the next 2-3 days, we may have like a heat wave or an extreme heat event?
Okay, so let Mahela first respond, and I'll ask Mr. Destin to come in with any further thoughts and reflections on the question. Go ahead, Mahela.
So globally, the warmest year was 2024 for the whole world, for the Caribbean and Latin American region, and for us too. So there is some subseasonal scale products like can forecast the chance to have at least 3 consecutive days experience for maximum and minimum temperature, heat index for maximum temperature and heat index for minimum temperature, and one other index that it means heat index with the actual value of the maximum or minimum temperature. So you can have this like, for example, for the next week and for the week after. So you can forecast the chance to have at least one event for 3 consecutive days where the maximum or the minimum separate. They can have so that's the definition of the heat wave. So that will be the chance to have at least one heat wave during the next or the second week in forecast. So up to like 15 days we can forecast that.
Sorry, so the heat index is basically you're looking at the as read temperature, and you're looking at the moisture level in the atmosphere. We have noted that whenever the winds generally fall off or go calm, with the high humidity, the heat index is at its extreme. And so over the years, we have forecast excessive heat based almost solely on the fact that winds are likely to fall below 10 knots or lower. And so we are able to indicate by a forecast that we expect excessive heat, particularly during the summer months.
Is there a follow-up?
Yes, just a follow-up. I have another question on a different area, but just a follow-up to that. Do we know how much of it is as a result of climate change? Like, for example, she mentioned that 2024 was the hottest year, but do we know like what are the sort of variables that are causing these?
Yeah, that is the million-dollar question in terms of the ability to attribute these heat episodes to climate change. We do not, at this time, do attributions. attribution is a relatively new science, and that's an area that requires specialty. But the working assumption is that it is mainly due to climate change. That is the one thing that we know that is happening. And the assumption is it's largely to do with climate change. But I get the question you're asking as to our ability to apportion what percentage of this is actually climate change. And at this time, we're not able to say.
Mr. Destin, I want you to speak to the common notion. It's out there. A lot of people talk about it. And I know that you can give us an informed answer about, are we seeing climate change resulted in more hurricanes and stronger hurricanes? How do you respond to that? That's a popular view out there, that climate change is causing more hurricanes and stronger hurricanes. What do you say to that?
Right, so that's a question that comes up quite often. It comes up in forums where meteorologists and climatologists are having discussions. And the answer that we know to those questions at this time are A, that with climate change, the numbers are likely to remain the same in terms of the number of cyclones, or perhaps decrease. With respect to intensity, there's the forecast for the intensity to increase. So we're looking at a greater proportion of major hurricanes with climate change, but in terms of the overall numbers, they are likely to remain the same or perhaps decline. And that is to do with the fact that with climate change, we are noticing that the cooler areas are warming faster. And at the top of the atmosphere, it is warming faster than the bottom. And a warming top of the atmosphere creates creates stability in the atmosphere. So climate change is actually causing the atmosphere to become more stable or less unstable. And so it takes more for cyclones to form. But when they do form, there's more energy available by the heat that we're seeing, excessive heat. And so they can become more powerful cyclones.
Very, very good, very good. Clear, concise. There's a question. Oh, sorry. Gregory has a question, and then we come to PS.
Well, a question and a comment. So thank you very much, Mr. Destin, for providing some clarity as it relates to, what the term you use, attribution versus assumption? Yeah. And I think that variability is a safer concept to work with than let's say, climate change. How does Antigua and Barbuda compare to the other small islands in the region as it relates to this stabilization of the warm season and a reduction in the rainy season? That's one. And the comment is, this has significant impact for agriculture. For example, the forecast that I saw earlier on for the next 3 months, with the reduced rainfall, increased temperatures, that has a negative impact on a lot of crops as it relates to flower formation. And you need flowers before you get fruits. So that is going to be a challenge for us. And the increased dry also would interfere with the bee population. And we depend on bees not only for honey, but for pollination also. So that's a double impact on food production locally, and by extension, food availability and access, especially for the most vulnerable. So,
Mr. Nelson, let me feel a question.
From a Caribbean standpoint, you guys would be the ones to go to the Caribbean form, but we're all in the same boat generally.
That's correct.
With respect to the impact of climate change, but
that's correct. We're seeing for I'm here, could bear me out, for the next 3 to 6 months, some of the southern islands are expecting to see some pretty harsh drought conditions. St. Lucia, Grenada, etc. All right, and some of the northern portion as well, to Jamaica, St. Martin, could also experience some drought conditions. All right, but you said something that I really want to just augment a little bit, talk a little bit more, because I don't think we sometimes appreciate how dry conditions and hot conditions affect plants and even animals. the stress that it creates. You mentioned the bee population, and you started to talk about soil moisture as well too. Soil moisture goes down, and that is a problem. Let me ask something, Gregory. When you're irrigating in drought conditions, how do the plants respond to that as opposed to when rain comes naturally and so forth? Do you see a drop in the quality of your crops when water levels are low and even though you have to irrigate?
That's a good question. As we know, artificial irrigation is just a substitute, because when you have rainfall, it impacts the microclimate in its entirety. Irrigation essentially influences the soil moisture at a specific point. So there's really a significant difference, a positive difference when you get rainfall. When you get excessive rainfall, that is when it's an issue.
Okay, so just to close with your question, we don't see as much variability in temperatures across the Caribbean as we do with rainfall. All right, we tend to find more variability in our rainfall as opposed to the temperatures. So as it relates to other OECS territories or even the Caribbean on the whole, what obtains here in terms of high probabilities for above normal daytime and nighttime temperatures, that's quite uniform across the Caribbean. There's some areas that will experience harsher drought conditions than, let's say, others. So temperatures, pretty much you will see the same across most of the islands. And you'll find some other areas that are doing a little bit better or a little bit worse based on rainfall. It's like, wow, the questions are coming good. Yes, that's what we want. Let's keep Mr. Destin active. Yes. PS, I have a question too. So
yes,
we'll let PS come in after this one. Yes.
I've noticed over the past few months, my phone has become very efficient at predicting the weather. So for example, a playing wheel comes up, it's going to rain soon, or it's going to rain in an hour, and it actually does rain. Or it says the rain is going to stop in a few minutes, and the rain stops. How does that work? It's amazing. How does it work?
I believe I can start the answer for this one. We have far greater efficiency in predicting the weather because of the tools we have available, satellites and radars and data buoys, etc., etc. And let's also appreciate that if you are seeing rain likely soon, it is quite likely that the clouds are on the way. So with satellite and radar technology, we can pick up those. And once we can pick up the movement and we can pick up the speed, then your physics, speed, distance over time, etc., those equations, we can pinpoint exactly when it's likely to rain in your area. Just giving you an example of some of the tools that we have that we can do that. All right? Mr. Destin, give Mr. Destin a mic for a second, please. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure what platform you're tuned into, but at the end of the day, what is true is that you need observations if you're going to have accurate forecast. And for persons in Antigua, it means that our observations that we take at the Met Office feeds into the global models and provide that basis for improvement in the accuracy of forecast. And so that is why it is important that we, as much as possible, get an increase in number of stations and make sure that we maintain them, because they do feed back into the global models in terms of the ability to produce these relatively accurate forecasts. There is no accuracy in a forecast without first observations.
Thank you, Mr. Destin. Let me, Mr. Southwell, just give some deference to the PS, and then I'll get right back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Page. During the presentation on the dry season, there were a list of different types of drought. Which ones or which one is mostly common in Antigua and Barbuda?
That's a good question. Mr. Destin, you want to take this one? Or types of drought?
Right, so the various types of droughts, we pretty much monitor from our standpoint the meteorological drought, which is to suggest that that's the first impact in terms of droughts that you'd observe, where the rainfall falls to a particular threshold, but then that can cascade into agricultural, hydrological, ecological, or socio-economic, where it becomes an impact on the economy itself, where businesses may not be able to function properly. We are aware of offices having to close because there's no water. So when it gets to a certain threshold where it's really bad, then we talk about it being a socio-economic drought.
Excellent. Thank you, PS. Mr. Southwell has a question, and then this. Yes. So who's going first? Okay, ladies first. Okay.
Okay, I have two questions. The first question is, given the drought that we're going to be facing, I'm not an agricultural person, but was want to know, aren't there some crops in particular that strive in that type of climate that we can utilize on planting that can help us in that season so we don't go hungry?
Well, Gregory. Mr. Bailey, the Director of Agriculture, probably stepped outside. He had a call. But Dale, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, it's an opportunity. So while we're focusing on the negative in terms of negative impacts, there's perhaps an opportunity where we can look at planting crops that are resistant to drought and still benefit in terms of the normal food security and from an economic standpoint for the farmers. So that is an opportunity, and I'll be happy to hear what Gregory has to say on that matter.
Yeah. Drought resistant and high stress heat tolerant plants. Yes.
And my other question
yes.
is, you guys say you monitor it for like a 6 months. So for this 6 months, you know what's happening, but it's not something that is determined. So how often during that 6 months is it still monitored to see a change? Is it every day, every week, every month? How often so you can get the change as soon as possible?
Okay, so I think this is a good opportunity to make a distinction between weather and climate, because climate gives an indication as what you will likely get, but weather tells you what you end up with, sort of thing, just crudely speaking. So when we do our outlooks for the next 3 to 6 months, we then begin the process of monitoring that forecast to see what's actually changing on the ground, not just on a day-to-day basis, but month-to-month basis as well. So you have a picture based upon the model analysis or how the next 3 to 6 months would look, but then we still have to collect our rainfall every 6 hours and look at our temperatures and how they're trending. And we will make those adjustments at the end of each month as we forecast for a little longer period. I don't know if you okay, go ahead, Mr. Destin.
Yeah, so essentially, the question you're asking is how often do we go back and address this matter? So on a monthly basis, the cycle starts over. Every month, we look at the next month out, the next 3 months, next 6 months. Every month, that is every month that we do that. So every month, there's a forecast for the upcoming month, the upcoming 3 months, the upcoming 6 months.
Oh, sorry. How quick can it change? Like, weather is unpredictable. So it can be good today and bad tomorrow. Is it a time period of how strong or how detrimental it can get? Like it can't be at today for tomorrow, it has to accumulate through days? Or is it a case where you can check it today and realize, okay, in the next week is going to be a major hurricane just out of the blue?
So as Arvin indicated, there is climate and there's weather. Climate speaks to a longer term pattern, whereas the weather speaks to days. And with respect to hurricanes, we know that today there could be nothing, and in 5 days' time, you could be staring down a Category 5 hurricane. Okay, that is more on the weather scale. On the climate scale, in terms of months, we talk about a month as in a sub-season. We talk about seasons as in 3 months, and we go out into 6 months. So over that time scale, we're not able to tell you about a specific weather event. We can tell you what the likelihood of above normal rainfall is, temperatures, and so on. But we can't speak to a specific weather event as in a tropical cyclone. That requires more near-term 5 to 10 day outlook kind of period.
And Mr. Destin, you will also note that to the question, that's why we give you probabilities. That is to give you some indication as to the sort of confidence that we have that over the next 6 months, the probability is high for us to have above normal temperatures, etc. It could be low and so forth. So you can begin to frame your mind as to, you know what, this looks like something, because appreciate that the forecast impacts sectors that have to make decisions. For example, our colleague from tourism, if hearing now that the next 3 to 6 months will be, let's say 3 months, would likely to be hotter than normal, then immediately the tourism sector is beginning to frame, we'll have to provide more for air conditioning. We may have to have more indoor activities because the tourists don't want to go out when it is so hot during the day, they sweat, they're uncomfortable. So maybe plan more indoor or local activities around the resort, etc. That's the kind of decision making that we're hoping that the forecast would help to improve.
I don't think I worded my question properly. What I mean is, I remember sometime last year, everything was good in the day, and then we just had a watch where they were like cyclones just popped up over like English Harbor side.
Okay.
Funnels, yes, something like that. Was it something that you guys knew was gonna happen beforehand, or did it just happen?
Go ahead, Dale.
You're talking about funnel cloud. These are things that happen on a very short time scale in very small spaces. They are among the most difficult, if not the most difficult to forecast with any particular lead time. In the US, I believe they're best at forecasting them half an hour or so before they occur. So we are mindful of that, and we are certainly putting procedures in place to be able to deal with it, but keep in mind that these systems can occur very rapidly, occur over a very short time span, minutes oftentimes, where they form, touch down perhaps, and in a few minutes they're gone, and it's as if nothing happened.
Charissa wants to add, but let me just say the Met Office last night suggested rain going to come from around after 5 this morning, and it happened. Yes, the Met Office saw that, and yes. And it so happened Mr. Page was the forecaster. Anyway, so happened. Charissa wants to make a contribution.
A quick thing. With what you're talking about specifically for funnel clouds and, water spouts, and specifically like tornadoes, as Mr. Destin said, for around the US, they use a special things called Doppler radars, and they have the ability to see what's happening with the turning of the winds more than we don't have a Doppler radar. We want one, but we don't have one. So that's another thing that you can add to that they have more technologies that can see what's happening or what is going to form. So that's just a limitation.
Veronica has a question. Oh, afterwards? Okay. Oh yes, Mr. Southwell, you didn't ask a question. You see, it's your problem. It's your fault that you keep giving deference to the ladies, and now forget you. So let's hear from Southwell, and then we get the budget director to come in and make a.
This mic is active. Okay.
It's going.
Okay. So that was one of the questions I had. That last year, year before, we had these very intense small weather systems like just over St. John's that dumped so much rain that it flooded out the whole area badly, and then the rest of the island was dry. So I was wondering if that was a normal occurrence or is something that just happens of late now due to climate change. Yeah,
I wouldn't say so much climate change. Mr. Destin mentioned the whole idea of scale. You have various scales in meteorology, and maybe I can explain it this way. All right, so let's say everybody's on the water. You're in a dinghy. Gregory Bailey is in a motor-powered boat, and Mr. Destin is in a yacht. okay? And somebody in a rowboat. So the person in the rowboat rowing, and then the speedboat passes by and exerts some water push on that little dinghy. As fast as you're rowing, you are now in a bigger environment that's creating impact on you. That's a bigger scale. And here comes Mr. Destin on this yacht, pass boat to you. Even if you're set, your instrumentation set exactly, you are going to be displaced based upon greater influence. That happens in the atmosphere. You have smaller micro scale things, and you have larger synoptic or mesoscale, you have a synoptic, and you have global, etc., etc. What we're saying is that the smaller the scale is more difficult to forecast. And a fallen cloud in English Harbor is not going to affect St. John City. We also have what's called daytime heating effects. That is, we have light wind conditions, a lot of solar radiation, and you may have additional forcing mechanism where air can rise. You could literally have St. John's raining, I hot like a nothing in the bowlands. So these things happen, and what Charissa is saying, some agencies with a deep pockets and large resources have the tools to forecast those things. And we don't have that here, but we do try to pick up where the winds are going to be lighter, like the heat and the heat index down to the next couple of days, etc. Mahila mentioned out to 15 days. So we are getting in a better position to do some of this, but there's still some very small and micro scale things that we will have to respond in a shorter period once we see them. Okay?
Yes. The other thing I wanted to ask, it's predicted that the weather across the Caribbean is getting drier and drier, or at least for Antigua. I'm just wondering if we planted more trees across the island, if that would help.
Gregory, you can't go back
precipitation.
to Gregory. Sorry. That's the second question for him. That's why.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, if planting more trees across the island would help with the precipitation.
Okay, so Dale, you go ahead while we wait on Gregory to come back. That's the second question for you.
Yeah, so in a very general sense, trees do help in terms of the hydrological cycle, in terms of putting moisture into the air that become clouds and eventually rainfall. But for small islands and small spaces, I don't believe the trees will have a notable impact. It has impact otherwise in terms of the aesthetics, in terms of the fact that trees sequester carbon dioxide. But in terms of having an impact on rainfall, from my standpoint, I don't think that planting trees will create any notable change.
Okay, so we will wait for the director to come back. He went to answer a phone call. And so let's get Nicole with the question, and then we will sort of get Gregory's input on this and the previous one about drought-resistant crops. Go ahead, Nicole.
Two things quickly. Last year, again, or the previous years, we've seen that whether it was a tropical storm, a hurricane, or even just a weather system coming our way, and then it shifted and it went south. So Dominica got washed away, major flooding, major damages, went, I guess, St. Lucia and those other places. What happened, or, well, I guess it's a prediction, that it completely shifted from us and went to the southern islands, which were accustomed to getting multiple rainfalls. And the next thing for me is this mango season has come early, and significant amount of mangoes. In my yard alone, we had 3 mango trees. They're all finished. They were all loaded. Growing up as a child, you saw, and I'm a late 70s baby. So during the 80s and 90s, you were seeing mangoes when your family came home for summer, there was mangoes in July, mangoes in August. Now you're seeing over the past couple of years, you see in that season, the crops are coming earlier, some to the point where the trees are loaded, but they're coming smaller also. So that has a lot to do with the weather, the climate, heat. I'm just wondering.
Let's get Mr. Destin on the first question about the impacts on neighboring territories when it looked like it was coming here.
Right. The other question is another question of Gregory. But in terms of systems coming our way and appearing to shift away at the last moment, that is something that we even talk about in the Met Office itself. There are those who have been advocating that we have some kind of force shield or force field. But there is no such thing. I mean, one of the notable shifts would have been Irma coming directly towards us and then just kind of shift a little bit. And yeah, we had, was it a storm that went over Dominica? Erica, yeah. That too was coming our way and shifted. But we have had the reverse. We have had storms way south, like a Maryland or so, that should have impacted Barbados and came seemingly looking for us.
Iris as well.
Yeah.
And just the rains went to the southern islands, and we remained dry all to the point where schools closing, and then like they were being washed away, and we were still like hot. So those I was just wondering what.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but there is nothing that we are seeing that suggests that there's any trend to that. There's any science to that. The atmosphere is chaotic. Things happen randomly, and so we put that down to the chaotic nature of the atmosphere.
Yes.
In terms of the mango season and early crops versus what is normal, I really don't have an answer to that per se from any scientific standpoint. It could well be. That's why I would like Gregory to weigh in on that. It could well be. I mean, we have seen in other parts where they tend to measure things based on the cherry season and cherry blossoming, and they actually take note. They have basically climatological data over decades where they note the first cherry blossom and that kind of stuff, and they're seeing changes in that they're linking back to climate change. So it could well be related to climate change, but we have no way of verifying that. But clearly, I guess we can generally appreciate that you're getting warmer earlier in the season, earlier in the year, and that likely could have an impact on how plants behave.
Okay, thank you very much. So in the interest of, yes, Marjorie, you'll have the final question for this segment. And then we will have some very short presentations before lunch on the impacts of the forecast.
Okay, thank you very much. This question is for Mr. Southwell from the DCA. And Mr. Southwell, I'm going to come and have some audience with you afterwards. But I'm happy that DCA is here. And I wondered whether there are any plans, Mr. Southwell, to amend the building code to take into account new climate risks, which obviously can be mitigated by changes in our construction standards.
Yes, good question. We have the building code that is in use now was implemented in 1996, so it's essentially outdated. We have a new building code that went through all the vetting with the various stakeholders and everything. So currently it's at the Ministry of Legal Affairs where the is being vetted for the legal jargon to make sure that it's in line with our laws. It has been there now for quite a while, probably about 2 years, and we're hoping that it can be speeded up so that it can be ratified. That needs to be done so that our draft regulations can be ratified as well. Our current regulations go back to 1996 as well. And in the new building code and regulations, one of the things is that when plans come to the DCA and are approved, they are approved with provision for the storage, collection and storage of water. The plans are approved, but people go and bill and they don't put on the cistern or they don't put the plastic tank. So we want to be able to fine persons, charge them for not putting on the water storage. Or persons may get a plan where they have to put on the roof with the required hurricane clips and so on, but they go and bill and they don't put on the clips like what was approved in the plan. And so we want to be able to fine persons when they don't do that. So those are some of the measures with the new regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Southwell. Yes, Marjorie, follow up.
Finally, I just want to crave your indulgence a little bit more and ask Mr. Southwell, what about enforceability? Because you see a lack of what I consider to be enforcement of even the existing building code around Antigua and Barbuda. And I think from the information gap, what we are seeing at the tail end is that there are lots of risks, some of which are not covered by insurance, that relate directly to climate change, in particular heat, the drying out of the earth around foundations, resulting in cracks. And those things often happen over a period of time, which does not, in fact, make it an insurable risk. And so I think the general population ought to know, but I think DCA is the authority to provide the information, not only to potential homeowners and persons who are developers, but also to persons who are in the construction industry. And I don't know whether there are any penalties for poor construction under the new building code.
Yes.
Because who are you going to fine? Are you going to fine the contractor or are you going to fine the homeowner?
Yeah, go ahead, Frederick.
Yes. So when plans come in, the DCA ensures that the plans are approved to meet the conditions in the area. Yet persons would go and bill contrary. So in a case like that, we want to be able to bring a fine against such actions. We know of the areas in Antigua where you have what they call expansive clay, where when it rains, the soil expands a lot, and then when it dries, it contracts a lot, and that can be problematic for foundations. Areas like around Woods, going right up to Weirs Estate, all that areas is clay, expansive clay. when plans come in for those kind of construction, we usually recommend piles be used. All right, so the housing development at North Sound and some at the Weirs and so on, they have piles. Or you can have what they call a raft foundation, which is a very sturdy foundation that rests on the clay. So whether the clay contract or expand, the foundation stays strong. The problem is that some of these things raise the cost of construction, but it has to be factored in from the start, because you don't want to be penny wise and pound foolish, because you go and spend, you try to cut corners, and then you end up having to spend much more. So those are things that we are mindful about.
I'm just marveling at the conversation between a town and country planner and an insurer. So I suspect we're going to have more conversations around lunch. All right. But in the interest of time, and by the way, I may joke around with Gregory Bailey. We were children together in Spring Gardens in confirmation class, right? So Gregory, he's on the phone. So what we're going to have now, just before lunch. Yes. I'm not, Veronica, you have a presentation as well to make, right? Right. So, yeah, okay. So while we're waiting, Gregory, yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so you had mentioned that there is a correlation.
Dale, you listening? Yeah, go ahead.
You had mentioned that there is a trend downwards in arrivals. Is this a direct correlation between the increases in temperature, or is there another factor at play?
Well, what we have seen is that there's a correlation in the drop in the arrivals, visitor arrivals, and the temperature. As to whether that is the reason, we'll have to do a questionnaire and so forth. But we've been able to establish that during those months, particularly July and August, they tend not to come as much as in early season or late, early in the year or late in the year.
Because as we know, tourists come for the heat. Well, not the heat, but the sunlight. So it was kind of strange or new to me that there is a correlation between rises in temperature and a drop in arrivals.
Yeah. So because 25 degrees in London and 25 degrees in Antigua, it impacts differently. All right. So Gregory is here, my old friend from confirmation class. So Gregory, you will be first in terms, I think you're the one presenting shortly on the impacts of the season. But we had two questions, maybe you can rope it into your thoughts. Two questions we had really. With the lower than normal rainfall, that we high probabilities for below normal rainfall, and again, high probabilities for hotter than normal conditions. Someone asks, do we have the drought-resistant crops and high tolerant to heat stress type crops so we could maximize? We know this is what is happening. Do we have crops that we could utilize to help us in our sustainability, given what we know about the next couple of months? And there's another question about, was it Dale? Right, we've seen the blossoming and fruit development for mangoes early in the season. One person mentioned in the All Saints area that they've seen, and they wonder if that's a trend that you've seen as well too.
I'll take the last one first. I can't say that it's a trend. I think it's a reaction to the variability that we have been observing. Generally speaking, mangoes would flower when there's a prolonged period of dry season and then a shower. So that triggers flowering. Because plants really produce food, how should I say, as a reaction to, it's a survival reaction. We benefit from the food. So we think that the plants are here to serve us. But the plants are really not here to serve us. They're here to preserve the next generation. So when they find themselves under stress and then they get a relief, then they release for the next generation. Right. So it's a survival mechanism, more or less, that we benefit from in terms of food. In terms of the varieties, yes, we have varieties, and there's no such thing as resistance. It's about tolerance. So there are no plants that are drought resistant. You can't resist the drought, really. The challenge that we have with this is that a lot of them are hybrids, imported type varieties that are not indigenous to Antigua and Barbuda. So they have to be literally babysit. You have to babysit them in order to get the yield potential, so to speak. And that drives up cost of production. And if you don't do that, then you don't get the yield that is expected, and you have the cascading effect of farmers' livelihood being impacted negatively, etc. Food prices escalating. So, yeah, it's a balancing effect. But we do have what we call drought tolerant and heat tolerant varieties, but they have to be produced under certain conditions for you to realize the yield potential. Yeah.
So, go ahead, Dr. Elefant.
Right, thanks. I just had a follow, sort of like a question and maybe a call to action. And I think this has been done in areas like in the Middle East, where they have those extreme, weather conditions. We could develop a local science that actually, as you mentioned, like if it's prone to drought, then we develop new breeds that are adaptable to the environment that we live in. I don't know if this is something that the ministry is considering, because we now have a university campus, and really that's what we do. That we have to develop science. Yes.
So yes, so we have always known this, and it's an issue of resource availability. Research and development has been sidelined, if I could use that word, in preference to other more pressing matters, if I could put it this way. But at the end of the day, research and development is important, and we are trying to reestablish our crop research department under the limited resource conditions. So we welcome any support from the University of the West Indies, of course, in that regard.
That is an excellent segue, because we also have green economy that we will invite at any time you want to come in, and if some of these ideas are resonating, Dr. Elefant, we greatly appreciate your contribution. This is the kind of stimulating discussions that we want. So we have 3 persons here. Go ahead, Doc. Go ahead, Gregory.
Yeah, one last thing. I remember earlier when I came in your presentation, you were supporting the linking of sectors to meteorology. And I think one of the weak areas that we have had for years between us is the discipline of agrometeorology. We want some dedicated human resources in that regard to support the agriculture sector.
Okay. Yeah. That's an area for us to explore. All right. And I know I can speak on Mr. Destin's behalf. We're committed to bridging that gap. Well, go ahead, Dale. You speak for yourself.
Yes, certainly. I'm glad you make the observation, because we are mindful of the fact that we need to diversify and increase our human resources to be able to serve the sectors better, especially the critical sectors. And this comes back to the request that we have on the table for a couple of years now, where we're asking for an addition of personnel, one of which is the position of agrometeorologist. Mm-hmm. And the PS acting is here. So I'm happy that you raised that, because it becomes not only an ask from the Met Office, but it's an ask from the sector to have the required personnel to support
Mr. Destin, you're a good politician. You're a good politician. So we have 3 persons who will give us a more tailored approach for their sector as to what the presentations this morning really mean. Gregory Bailey is one. Then we will have, in that order, we will have after him, we will have Veronica, and then we'll have Dr. Johnson to speak on health and the impacts from what they're hearing. So Gregory, go right ahead, and we'll have Veronica coming
So
out.
I really don't have a formal presentation. So if you could remind me of the structure of the presentation.
We spoke about the dry season summary for last year.
Right. June.
That we saw, right, from December. Well, we actually started with the wet season which is from June last to November, that we saw Jerry, that brought quite a deluge, and actually it masks some of the dryness that we had, okay? And then we saw short-term drought developing by December. We called it at the end of January, leading into the dry season. And so far, we have been in drought conditions. We spoke about heat. We spoke about El Nino, and of course, the wet season next couple of months. Sure.
So we will want you, the sectors, focus first if. Why is not? Is it stop? Well, we want you to first focus on the impact for the last year and this year, if you have any hydrometeorological impacts on your sector, and after, based on our forecast, which action your sector will take. And we want to also ask if you have any future products that you need from us or anything that we can work together for each sector.
So you would have heard how the next couple of months will look. Okay, you would have heard how it has been so far. We've been in drought conditions for a while, and it's not going to let up for the next 3, possibly 6 months. What we're asking is that what impacts have you already seen, and what adjustments are in the pipeline vis-a-vis next couple of months, and how the Met Office can help you in light of those things.
Okay, thank you very much. I think my presentation would have started already. Yes, so in terms of the impact, what I've realized over the years is the meteorological drought seems to happen way after the agriculture drought, if I could put it that way. When a drought is announced by your organization, a lot of times we're already feeling it. So I would say between June last year and June this year, it has been more or less drought conditions. Because the average person in the public will see rainfall and think that the farmers are smiling. But a lot of times, if we don't get rain that promotes runoff, for example, we really don't get relief in the agriculture sector. So we have been operating under drought conditions from June to June last year, as far as I'm concerned, with pockets of rainfall, yes. But a lot of times the rainfall stimulates more weed growth than, let's say, food growth. So it even increases the cost of production for farmers. So that's a major impact. Not to mention the reduction in food availability. I would say the drought over the last year would have reduced our productive capacity by maybe 60, 70%. So if we had 100 acres for production, we would be producing on maybe 30, 40 acres because of that condition. And the second point was
Some of the
interventions.
actions, right.
Right. So the interventions are more along the lines of education and training of farmers to withstand these conditions in terms of trying to map markets to production and productive capacity, water availability, etc. And also the government has undergone a program to procure some heavy-duty equipment to try and adjust the physical infrastructure with some intervention in the waterways. Because notwithstanding that we're a dry country, we have a lot of waterways that when the rain falls, we have significant water flow. Most of it goes to the sea. So we're trying to beef up our surface water catchment capacities. Since APOA is no longer interested in surface water per se, they're more focusing on reverse osmosis. We are trying to utilize an integrated approach in terms of increasing surface water to reduce farmers' reliance on APOA water. So
and
that's
finally,
a
how
major
can the Met
intervention.
Office assist going forward?
Well, in terms of, for example, identifying dam construction locations, we depend on a lot of information, Met type information, rainfall information, topography type information, etc., to determine where are the best places to place those dams. So that type of data would help us. And we have been trying to use that as much as possible. For the future, I think what I mentioned earlier on about having some dedicated human resources
Yes,
to
the agri-meteorologists.
agri-meteorology to bridge that gap.
Okay.
How do we better use the data that you generate
Mhm.
to increase our
Yes.
our mandate of production and by extension food security?
Okay.
Both
All right.
on the crop and the livestock side.
Okay.
The challenge on the crop side is much greater than livestock from the point of view of the fact that you can scale livestock much more easily than crop. In addition to that, you can also move your livestock from an area of stress to an area of less stress, if I could put it that way. Whereas the crops have to remain where they are essentially. Yeah.
So that's a lot of food for thought. I want to show your appreciation to Mr. Bailey for his key technical insights here. So we will have Veronica now. Veronica, you could ask a question now if you still would like to ask a question, because we're really committed to talking about it, right? And then right afterwards, you can go right into your presentation. Similarly, along the same lines, how has it been on APUA the last couple of months? Now that you know next 3 to 6 months how it looks, what are some of the actions that are in the pipeline or you would like to take back to your colleagues? And how can the Met Office assist in going forward with greater synergies to help you in your preparation?
Okay, first of all, I just wanted to address the remark you made about AP is not concerned about surface water. Absolutely not. Let me explain to you. The fact that we have that reservoirs filled up mean it's less stress and persons are able to get water more often than if they're not there and we use reverse osmosis alone. I can tell you that offhand. And according to the streamways, we try not to do anything because erosion is a serious issue in the streamways. And we don't want that at any time you do get an event where there's a lot of rain and then guess what? Things get washed away. So we really try not to touch the streamways at all. Well, of course, if you're taking out sand, we send somebody to stand there from our office to make sure it's been done correctly. So, but we're very, very interested in it. We spend a lot of time paying attention to it. We even call the police when we see it's been done, without permission. Okay, so that's cleared up. I did make my notes. I have them here. Oh, they have them there, so I'll let them put them up on the screen. But this presentation is about our water resources and what the water business unit at APUA is doing concerning anything that correlates with the Met Office, correlates to climate, and how best we can serve the public, because at the end of the day, that is our mandate. Okay, yes. So the impacts I'm speaking about takes in tropical cyclones, flash floods, and drought. Yes, excessive heat is important to us, but it is not as troubling because yes, it does take care of evaporation, but by this time in a severe drought, we have no surface water to evaporate. So I did not want to touch on that for that simple reason. But the infrastructural impacts or the physical damages, all these, except drought, affects our water supply and our service disruptions. The critical assets at risk is the access to water, and that's priority number one. When the nation can't have water, we're in trouble. Our treatment plants and osmosis plants get damaged during these things, flooding and hurricane seasons. The storage tanks get damaged, and I have to explain the reason for our storage tanks, where we take water from one area to a storage tank, and then we can feed it to another area, to another storage tank, in case persons in different areas need water. It is a complex system that we use. However, if a storage tank is damaged, it means you might have taken out a cog in a wheel that would upset the entire process. Of course, broken transmission lines due to flooding is very, very apparent all the time. And of course, loss of electrical power at our stations, because without there being electrical power, our pumps can't work, so the water can't get to you. And very often people say, oh, the electricity came on. However, our pump stations are damaged, so we can't bring the water to you, even though the electricity did come on. And so these are the problems we have when our infrastructure has been damaged. Now, the financial impacts, I cannot sit here and tell you today we'll need $1 million. It is very much dependent on what is broken. If the transmission lines are out, and particularly the main transmission lines, which are extremely costly, and sometimes you have a lead time to get these pipes to Antigua. So it really, and our storage area for these pipes could have been damaged, which mean our replacement pipes are damaged. So there's a lot of cogs in the wheel that the infrastructure damage could do to us. Of course, the repair of our storage tanks, it is dependent on the type of tanks, because we have some cement tanks, we have some iron pipe tanks. So they're all different things to repair and need different kinds of repairs. Of course, our water tanks, our water plants, in case something is damaged. If our pumps are damaged, then that's a problem, because we can't use them. And so this gives you, in a prolonged drought, for example, our reservoirs are depleted, and the lack of available potable water to be distributed is really a problem. Our storage, our surface water storage is very much useful once we have, because it costs us a lot less to get it to you. It is more easily available. The cost for our RO plants to run is astronomical, because we depend on fuel. And so it is better for us to have that surface water storage for potable water. We just send them to the treatment plants, have them treated, and put them in the pipelines. And of course, unavailability of potable water supply is what happens with all these cogs in the wheel broken. Our immediate actions are generally we assess the damages and make short-term repairs as soon as these events occur. Our long-term, of course, is complete repair of the infrastructure. In the case of a drought, we put in place water rationing, and as long as you live in Antigua, you know exactly what those two words mean. Where we produce a schedule that have been produced already due to the fact that we are in a drought. And so the distribution of the water throughout the country can be a little testy sometimes, depending on what is happening in given areas. And so those are the actions we normally take at APOA. The next slide, please. That's okay. I did not fill out the temperature one simply because it is not that big an impact. The only time it impacts us is if the temperature is extremely high, our reservoirs having water, and there's a lot of high wind. It allows, especially with the high wind, it allows for quick evaporation of the water. So that the high temperatures affect us that way, but we don't argue about it because it's a drought, so no sense me putting it there because there's nothing for the temperature to evaporate. It's okay, go through the next one. Well, for the drought, like I said, we do the water rationing schedule that is implemented quickly. So we can have some sort of, we sit and decide if we ration the water beginning now, we'll have X amount of water for the next how many months from the surface water. And like I say, we depend on the surface water. We pay very close attention to our well water because the well waters do produce quite a number of millions of gallons per month to the island. Next slide, please. In the hurricane season, we've already implemented our storm management plan. We do that and upgrade it before June every year. And so everybody in the water business unit knows what is the individual person's chore when there is pre-post storm. So each section knows that 4 of these crew members, this is what they do. And so that is our main thing during the hurricane season. We always think it's easy to be prepared than to run around afterwards. We secure infrastructure and we start doing that as early as February, making sure that places have what they're supposed to have for in case of. And then there are the pre-storm activities, the meetings that are held, the things that need to be prepared, then the post-storm activities, and these activities are outlined in our storm management plan. So those are the actions that we take for the hurricane season. Next slide. Oh, the future products, which comes to the question I was going to ask. And this is for the climatologist. In our section at hydrology, we keep looking at hydrological drought because, like I tell you, we use the well water and it is the most inexpensive form of potable water we have, where all we need to do is pump it out, chlorinate it, put it in the pipes. And so we've never had a hydrological drought forecast from the Met Office. And so that's probably one of the things that we're looking at. Although we do it in-house to see where our aquifer levels are going, we look at the rainfall, we look to see what is likely to happen. We know each aquifer and its response to rainfall and that kind of thing. But we've never had it from the Met Office. So those are one of the products that we're hoping for. Can I say now that the Met Office has great products for us, the rainfall, the everything. We're fine with it, but that's the only thing that we have great concern for.
Mr. Destin,
Questions?
I think Mr. Destin wants to respond here.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. There is a reason why we don't issue a hydrological drought. It's because it's really not within our remit so to do. It's more the water authority remit that falls in. But we're happy to collaborate and see how we could produce the thresholds to speak to
we're fine with that.
hydrological drought.
Yes, we're fine.
Okay. Veronica, before we move on to Dr. Johnson, we depend almost exclusively, well, in large demand on the RO plants, right? Reverse osmosis. Persons may not know how, where I'm going, swells, how they impact the production of these plants. Could you speak to that, please? Just for our mutual understanding.
Yes. The thrust is going towards reverse osmosis plants. However, do not forget that quite a bit of our water does come from our surface water and wells. In the event of droughts, then we lean very heavily on the RO plants. But some of our plants have open sea intake. That's where we take the water to the plant. For example, a place like Fort James. And some of our plants have a well intake where we drill the wells, and so the water is much clearer and easier. But when there are swells in the sea, it means that we sometimes have to shut the plant down because the debris that actually comes in and the membranes, yes, thank you. The membranes are very sensitive, and so the more debris comes in, the less shelf life that membrane has. And you're looking at some plants that need maybe 30 something membranes, and they're like maybe $1,000 US a pop. And so you have to conserve that. So the high swells seriously affects some of our RO plants. And so I harass Dale on a constant basis, and sometimes, often you get it too. What are the swells saying? What is going to happen for us? Because it really does affect the output from some of our plants.
So we're taking notes. We're taking notes. So show some appreciation to Veronica. And Dr. Johnson, it's your turn to give us the perspective from the Ministry of Health.
Okay, well, we're really appreciative of the fact that the meteorological services really share with us this information. And we want to say that we're still getting accustomed to how best to use it. Not because it's not helpful, but because of, let's just say, health comprises of quite a bit of different things, because it looks really at the social, physical, and just the general well-being of the whole public. All right. So in terms of today, I think I'm going to look a little more towards, like the drought and the excessive heat, based on what I was able to document, and I think based on the time given, right? I want to say that one of the recent impacts that was noted is also that there are a few cracks that have occurred, even from like the recent earthquakes. And we know that because of dryness too, we'll notice that generally in Antigua and Barbuda too, there have been changes even in terms of like the infrastructure, in terms of even tiling, right? We also have had service disruptions, which did occur because of the tropical storm that occurred, Tropical Storm Philippe. And we tend to see flooding in some of our health facilities more than others, all right? We've tried to put things in place, but if you notice, like, for example, even as we're at this area here, even in the Grace Farm Health Center, that's one of our health centers when we have the flash flooding, that you'll notice that we may have to close. And if you notice right now, we're actually trying to repair both the All Saints Health Center and the Browns Avenue Health Center. So those locations have had to change. And we know that it's not just in terms of heat, but also in terms of how the infrastructures are older and how the flooding, the flash flooding has affected us. All right. We also want to just mention that we in health would notice too that we have to look at how the heat affects the public in terms of mentally. It tends to increase sometimes the visits that we have in our different health facilities. And also the Saharan dust itself would affect persons in terms of their respiratory problems. Now, we also need to say that sometimes we even have challenges in terms of making sure we document and share the data, right? We have data, but in terms of presently within the Ministry of Health, we still are overcoming those challenges in terms of how the data should be shared, okay? So we're working at that, but we notice too that we'll have persons, even among our own workers, complaining of fatigue, dizziness, as well as even in our health facilities, right? That we can say would more likely be a part of heat stroke, All right. We also want to say that in terms of what immediate actions we would take based on the impacts that we have would be definitely trying to share the information and to encourage all to plan even for their home environment as well as public facilities. And we ourselves, we do water harvesting, and we want to encourage persons to even do their own water harvesting. So it's really important we realize that there's more intersectoral as well as intra-sectoral collaboration, even in terms of with NGOs as well, all right? While continuing to do our planning and preparation just based on the fact that we are in hurricane season, but we also, just as you said, realize that in addition to dengue, now we've had malaria passing through. And even in our meetings, what we're noticing is we need to help the public realize that we do have the vectors that carry not only the dengue, but also the malaria itself. And we're actually seeing the vectors that carry, because of our surveillance, the malaria even spreading more than it was before. And we know that's also because of the heat. So it's very important that we continue to share, because we realize that in terms of Ministry of Health, we can't do it alone. So we need the public also to take responsibility in terms of as well what they do in terms of their homes, even in terms of cleaning, while we also need to continue maintaining our own environment as well. All right. We also actually have plans too that we realize is so important to share within sector, as well as we do it even between the sectors, well, through NODS, because we're all a part of NODS. All right. And we realize there's place for more and more public education. All right. Okay, so I see the seasonal outlook. Yeah, the drought, definitely we need to continue doing our water harvesting. And also coming together in terms of how we can improve our plans. All right. So for the hurricane season 2026, we definitely need to fill the gaps in preparation, realizing strengthening of our surveillance systems and using and sharing the information for appropriate prioritized actions, because there are a lot of actions. But even as we go on in health to do our own strategic planning, one of the things that we have decided to do too is also even to focus on the operational plan for the first year and then go on to do our other operational plan, because the strategic plan would go over a 5-year period. So I just want to mention that as well. And continue to maximize on the tools that we do have, and even trying to maximize on projects that they are available to avail us even to other tools that we realize are needed. And keep communicating the lessons that we've learned and utilize them. That is from the past, as well as even from Melissa, because the Ministry of Health, we also are able to interact as health disaster coordinators with the information that they have shared based on Melissa, which is even more recent than Irma, which we also have messages from. All right. So in terms of identifying climate information forecast tools or services that would support planning and decision-making for our sector, definitely we appreciate the rainfall forecast. We appreciate this drought forecast. We appreciate the watches and the warnings, all right, that are given. And that's what I have documented, which I hope is helpful.
Let's thank Sister
Thank you. Yes, I'm a sister.
Yeah.
Indeed, you don't have to
When-
feel any way. We
when
do
you
a
and
lot
I-
of praying before our meetings too.
When you and I
Because
meet,
even
you know,
what we
it's
plan,
Sister Johnson.
even what we plan, sometimes it doesn't work out anyway. So I'm going to maximize on his sister. We really need to continue working together.
Let's thank Dr. Johnson. I want to just shout out to all of the persons online. We have well over 170 persons who are joining us streaming. Come on, let's give it up. Let's celebrate that. So we want to shout out all of you who are online. We want you to feel a part of what we're doing. If you have a question, you can send it in. We will try our best to do so. I want to engage, if I may. I know the gentleman from Health, but Red Cross is here, and I have a particular burning question coming from what Dr. Johnson would have mentioned, and it has to do with the fact that between now and Carnival, we're going to see a lot of fits in the nights. Massive, says Piers. Yeah. All right. So we are absorbing a lot of heat during the day. They're going to be partying and unfortunately a lot of drinking at these fetes. What burden does it create on the Red Cross? And in light of the next couple of months being high probabilities for above normal temperatures, daytime, nighttime, how does that impact you? If you could just give us just a couple of minutes and some of your top line thoughts based upon what you would have seen here. Red Cross, please.
All right, good day, everyone. Again, thank you so much for that question. Overall, we would say that in terms of the alcohol and drinking, we know that we're going to see a lot of increased partying, fetting for the next couple of months. For us, it would be, in terms of risk, one of the things that we try to do at the Red Cross is really empower and educate persons as it relates to first aid. Because, you know, alcohol poisoning is a thing. And it's very important for persons to know how to respond to these forms of emergencies. And also for us, in terms of public health, it's important for us to educate persons on the effects of alcohol with plus heat on their body and the long-term effects of that. And for the public to also know that these things may overwhelm our public health systems. It may overwhelm the hospital, the clinics, also EMS, etc. So, I mean, collectively, MET, NODS, the Red Cross, the Ministry of Health, we all need to work together on educating the general public, even the FET promoters, etc., so that they're able to put things in place. One of the things that we would say is have rehydration stations located throughout different events, on the road, during road events and things like this. Encourage, the increased drinking of water. That's one of the things there. I think there was another question.
Thank you, Victoria. You have given some very good information. I think the public education is going to be especially crucial. Dr. Johnson, you want to weigh in? Yes, please.
Thanks a million. I just realized I left the last slide, which I had, top 3 priorities for response and recovery. And we had said one of the things we wanted to make sure we want to try ensuring necessary equipment is available, functional, and accessible. We also wanted to encourage all sectors to have continued collaboration, as well as to encourage intra-sectoral collaboration as well, right? And we also said public education, which basically Red Cross reinforced to help me reinforce this and ensure ongoing training too within the sectors, right? And I just wanted to mention that we have a program. It's actually called the Hearts Initiative for the chronic disease patients, right? Because even with the heat that I tried to stress on a little, and then even in the hurricane season, the drought, whatever, these patients, they tend to be the ones that go through, what can I say? Their crises. I mean, we do have to think about the pregnant women, the children, everybody in terms of hydration. But these are a set of patients that are focused on, when I say chronic disease, those that have the hypertension, diabetes, asthmatics, and also, the heart disease, especially. So I just wanted to just mention that as well, since I just missed that slide.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So what we're going to do now, we're going to take the question from the health official. Mrs. Southwell also has a question. But I'm going to prep you now that we have one more short presentation, and that has to do with how can we develop formal agreements with the Met Office and other sectors. And right after that, and right before lunch, we need a group picture. So I'm going to prep you now. I know you're hungry, and you will likely frown. So work on the smile for the group picture, and feel encouraged that right afterwards we will eat. Okay? All right. So let's get the two questions quickly, and then we'll ask Simone Barnes-Brown to come and make a short presentation. Take the picture, then we eat. Good? All right. Go ahead.
Well, it's not a question. It's just addition to what you were saying in terms of the information from the Met Office is very important for health, particularly Central Board of Health in terms of public health. Because, for example, with the Sahara dust, it is not only a matter of respiratory. It's irritation for the eyes. In certain instances, when you're walking and you're wondering why your throat is itching you, it's the dust itself. So having some water available will help with that. Also, you're looking at the fact that, yes, you're going to have water catchment, but you also have to make sure you secure it in terms of preventing access to rats, frogs, and mosquitoes, because you don't want mosquito breeding. Because there have been times whereby you're doing complaints in terms of the quality of somebody's cistern or tank. And when you raise the manhole or the cover for the tank, you realize that there's a dead rat or frog inside of it. So security of the water is also important. The information presented, let's take, for example, the dry season. You're encouraging persons to ensure that they have proper storage for their water, but not only proper storage, that they have proper treatment too. Because we've noted that in times past that when you have shortages of water, you have hygiene issues because you have increases in gastroenteritis cases that are going to the hospital. In relation to the Sahara dust, just a quick interjection, you have to ensure that you have nebulizers available, because at times you may have persons who have allergic reactions to the dust, as well as persons who are asthmatic, have sinus issues or bronchial issues, may have breathing problems. So you have to ensure that you have the proper amount of nebulization units at the hospital ready, just in case of these things. So it is not just reading information, it is having the information available that it can be properly utilized to educate the public. And not only that, to have records that can be shared with the public in terms of the effects of these conditions on people's health during the period.
Excellent perspective. Thank you. Southwell, let's get your question.
Not really a question, but just a recount of something. In the Cashew Hill area, the drainage in the area was very bad. It's an area where a lot of streams confluence and cause flooding. And so when they had the outbreak of chikungunya and dengue, people in that community suffered badly. And so the Department of Environment got some funding, and the DCA worked with them to develop a local area plan for the area to see how the drainage infrastructure could be improved. And with collaboration, of course, input from the community members. And so the funding hired a firm out of Trinidad, Alpha Engineering and Design, and they got some rainfall data from the Met Office to calculate the type of drainage that would be needed in the drainage infrastructure that would be needed in the area, looking at the area of water catchment, the entire drainage area, the slope that would go into the design. And funding was secured, and quite a bit of that infrastructure has been built out already in the Cashew Hill area. Remember another case where when the Chinese were asked to build the Big Creek Bridge, they went to the Met Office and got rainfall data and were able to look at the entire drainage area, catchment area, and the slopes to design the size of the bridge so that the water could run under it adequately. Similarly, the Sugar Ridge area, when it rains, that's a very steep incline. Water does run off of that and flood the houses below, the Harbor View houses. And so when Best Western Hotel came and wanted permission to set up that hotel, we had them, had them design a drain that would capture the water coming off the hill and across the road and guide the water down to the swamp. And for that, they hired an engineer, and the engineer got data from the Met Office so as to know the capacity of the drainage to build, to put in. So in a lot of cases, when infrastructure is to be built, I think it's very important that data be had from the Met Office. And the DCA is, we have a national land use plan, but we're trying to develop a number of local area plans that would design to suit the at the community level. And so data from the Met Office will be helpful in designing the infrastructure at that local level. We did one for Cashiel, as I mentioned. We did one for St. Mary's Parish. The McKennan's Waterway was designed. You have seen the excavation of the waterway, the building of bridges, and so such rainfall data is crucial in those kind of matters.
Mr. Destin has a response.
Yeah, just to quickly indicate our appreciation for the need for data. We have been getting more and more requests for data, and we appreciate the importance of data in making decisions. From our end, though, we need the support in terms of having infrastructure in place to capture the information, in terms of weather stations particularly. And that has been a challenge, not only in terms of expanding our network, but sustaining the existing network. And so we encourage you all to be a part of the push that we are pushing in terms of expansion and sustainability of the network. And in your line of work where there may be projects that you interact with, maybe we can have greater collaboration to see where we could probably eke out a station or two out of those projects to ensure that we're able to capture data. Quite often, we have had to reference distant areas to where the information is required because we just don't have the stations in those areas, or the station in that area may not be functioning because of lack of spares to sustain it. So just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
That's an important segue to this presentation from Mrs. Barnes Brown, our Quality Management Officer. And she is going to present on how we could actually move from just a meeting room like this to formalize agreements that could help the Met Office serve you better. Let's show some appreciation and welcome to Mrs. Barnes Brown.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Simone Barnes Brown, QMS Officer for the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service. Today, my presentation, we will explore how formal agreements can strengthen our partnerships with us and our stakeholders, supporting climate resilience initiatives and contribute to quality service delivery as we work towards quality management system certification in the Met Office. So why are we here in this forum? Climate change is increasing weather-related risk, making timely and accurate meteorological information more important than ever. Building resilience requires strong partnerships between us and you, our stakeholders. We cannot address climate risk on its own, so we require you as our stakeholders to collaborate with us in any way, shape, or form. And normally this is within the ambits of maybe a memorandum of understanding, a service level agreement, or a letter of agreement. So who are our partners? We serve a wide range of stakeholders, including but not limited to aviation, disaster management, agriculture, energy, and water sectors, all of whom depend on reliable weather and climate information to support decision-making and operations. So why do formal agreements matter between us and our stakeholders? They help establish mutual understanding. They define responsibilities, clarify expectations, and create clear communication pathways. This improves coordination during routine operations, but it becomes even more important when severe weather events and emergencies occur. So how can these agreements support climate resilience? When severe weather occurs, effective agreements ensure information flows quickly and consistently between us and you, our stakeholders, thus supporting timely action and reducing risk. Agreements and our quality management system. We are in the process of implementing a quality management system. So these formal agreements that we will have with you and as our stakeholders will support an effective quality management system by standardizing our procedures, defining service expectations between we and you as our stakeholders and us as the provider, and also how you can provide information to us to help us with our forecasts or whatever products we are producing, and promote continual improvement in our service. They also demonstrate how the ABMS and its stakeholders collaborate to deliver consistent quality service. So let me tell you a little bit about our QMS journey. Our QMS journey started way back in 2011 when the International Civil Aviation Organization, the international regulators for aviation, required all Met services across the globe to implement a quality management system to standardize its processes and procedures for providing services for aviation. Fast forward 2024, our local regulators, the ECCA, ECA, they made it part of our air navigation safety regulations that we were not only supposed to have a quality management system implemented, but we were supposed to have a certified quality management system implemented. They took it a step further than IQ. Yes, it was a bit of a problem for us because it's a different step to have certification, but I can understand because having a quality management system in place and not having it certified is tantamount to going to university for 4 years, but don't bother to go and collect your degree. So it gives us a status when you have it certified. However, it has been a long and tedious journey, but we are happy to say that we are now working along with CrossQ, which is the CARICOM, it has to do with CARICOM standards and quality standards. And they have given us funding, and we're also working with a consultant And our goal is to implement and achieve certification of an effective quality management system by next year. Achieving this goal will depend on having strong stakeholder partnerships and well-defined service agreements, because you have to tell us what you want for us to provide it for you, and it has to be documented as to how it will be done, how often you will get it, what you will provide for us, and so it would make the arrangement proper on paper, so we have no mistakes and we know what we're providing and when we're supposed to provide it. So what is the value of having these stakeholders, these agreements towards stakeholders? These agreements benefit all parties by improving communication, strengthening preparedness, and ensuring critical information reaches decision makers when needed. Ultimately, stronger partnerships help build greater climate resilience. So how can we work together? ABMS is committed to working with stakeholders to develop or strengthen agreements. We have existing agreements now within our aviation sector. So we have LOAs with air traffic control. We have a service level agreement with Aeronautical Information Service. We are now looking to sign a SLA with the Defense Force for provision of marine services, also services for search and rescue operations. However, there are a number of other stakeholders that we are required to have these agreements with. So for instance, we are also required to have one with ADAMS, which is Marine Services. We have been working on that, but these take time because we have to develop what it is you really want from us and put it into the agreement and make sure it meets the legal standards. Some don't require legal input, but there are others that require you to have a lawyer look it over and make sure we are not breaching any local laws in the agreements. We are committed to working with our stakeholders to develop and strengthen them, our agreements, and support information sharing, service delivery, emergency coordination, and climate resilience. Together, we can build a more coordinated and resilient response to weather and climate challenges. So, as we conclude, remember that agreements are more than documents. They are tools that strengthen partnerships, improve service delivery, and support climate resilience. We at the Met Office look forward to working with all our stakeholders to advance our quality management system and build a more resilient Antigua and Barbuda. So what are our key takeaways? Climate resilience depends on strong partnerships. Formal agreements strengthen coordination, improve communication, and support reliable service delivery. We at the Met Office will invite you as our stakeholders to join us in building a more climate resilient Antigua and Barbuda. Thank you very much for your time.
We thank Mrs. Brown for that presentation. So now you know that we are committed to developing products, but not just products in general. We want to ensure that there is greater linkages, greater synergies, greater collaboration with the various sectors so we could be targeted in how that information from the Met Office could actually translate into policy and decision-making based upon actual data. All right? So what's left now is for us to take a photograph, okay? And we all have phones, but I understand the iPhones, the camera good, right? So we will put aside our camera for your iPhone. All right? So if you have an iPhone, we want you to just help us. So we're going to assemble outside right there where there's some good foliage, and we'll take the picture, and right afterwards, we will come in and we will have lunch. All right? Give yourself a round of applause for the morning session. Excellent discussions, interaction. So we will take a break from the streaming, and we'll be right back shortly after lunch. We're going to cut lunch a little bit short because we have really, started much later. So we'll do the same again like this morning. Once you get your lunch, just come back to the table. And at some point, we're going to start before you have officially ended. Take your desserts one time after the picture. So I know when you pass it and you see it, you want to take a beeline. So we'll take the picture and then we'll eat, come back to the tables with our stuff, and we'll start shortly afterwards. Thank you. in the pipeline. As you know, under Mr. Destin's leadership, we are very committed to the delivery of climate products. And so we are constantly looking to see how we can develop new products, strengthen existing products, etc. So Mahela is going to come and just lay out for us some of the things that we're doing and some of the plans for the future. So let's welcome Mahela, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I will be fast for this one. So the outline is just present the climate products and service that we already have. We will show you where to find them and what future product we are planning of. So the first product that we have is the monthly climate bulletin. So in this one, we just offer a summary for the past month in terms of temperature, rainfall. We analyze the distribution of the variables and the extremes. We also add the drought monitoring to this product, and we update this monthly. So by the day 5, you will have this product available for the past month. So the other one is the climate outlook. So same, this is update monthly. We will get it we want to do it at the end of each month. So when the month starts, you already have this product. So in this one, we add a brief summary of what happened in the last month. And we also do the seasonal outlook for the next 3 to 6 months. And we make a zoom on the next month. So we are forecasting temperature, rainfall, and we also add the drought outlook and the drought monitoring information. The other one is the drought outlook, the drought bulletin. So in this one, we analyze the drought conditions and we also add the drought outlook. So this one, as I mentioned in the morning, is update same monthly, and it will be available at the 15th of each month. So for this one, we just do the short-term and long-term outlook. So you can find these products on our website. So you can go to the section climate product, click on climate data, and you will have the climate product, the summary, the outlook, and the drought outlook. So in your table, you have the QR code for our website is antiguamed.com. Or you can also find this product on the social media. You have the QR code for our Facebook and our YouTube page. In this one, you can also scan and it will get through straight to this website that you have the climate product. And also some of you get in by email too. So if you want to be added to the list, so you just can call us or write us. Our email is medoffice@ab.gov.ag. So our user for Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and X is @ABMS. So you can go and follow us, and you will get this information too there. So for the future, we want to start to work on the sector-focused bulletin for energy, health, tourism, agriculture. And we also plan to have this information in the video format so it can reach most persons. And we also want to start to do the subseasonal forecast. This forecast is for the next 1 to 2 weeks. And we want to include in our current outlook product, we want to include the flash flood potential, excessive heat, wet days, dry spell, and also we want to start to work in the fire weather forecast at subseasonal time scale. So the key message for this is that Antigua and Barbuda Met Service is committed to delivering climate service to all sectors and the population. And as part of the early warning system, we ensure that information reaches the highest number of people possible, including individuals with disabilities and other language speakers. So thank you very much. Mr. President. So I hope that you get some notes about that we're discussing in the morning, because in the game we will ask something about that what you already heard. So, well, so you can split in 5 persons per team. So you have 5 there. You can. So you can, if you can join. So at least we have 5 persons. You will play with them. They have a miss one. So this will be team number 1, team number 2. Well, you have 5 for you in the backpack? Yes. So 1, number 2, 3, and 4, and number 4. 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
So it's time for Climate Jeopardy. This is where we find out who was listening, who was on their phone. By the way, you notice some of these ladies, when they sit there on their phone and they smile, I say, aha! Some message coming there that have them smiling. So I wonder who they're talking to. Yes, so this is how we find out if you have been paying attention. And so we have a game called Climate Jeopardy. And the whole purpose is to field questions to you based upon the presentations to see if you were listening. And we also have prizes for the winning team. It's kind of hard. You play the game and you get nothing at the end. That's not right. That is not right. So we have the teams. Team 1, you gave them names already, Mahila. Team 1, let me see your hands. Okay, team 2, team 3, and team 4. Sorry, Met officers, you have the inside information, and so you can't play. Because they're not going to accuse Mr. Destin of cheating. When Mr. Destin stepped out. You notice when the team mess up or the office mess up, is the boss get the blame, right? Yeah, so they're not going to accuse Mr. Destin of cheating. So, Met officers not a part of the team. So we're going to be asking the questions based upon several topics, broad topics. What are the topics? Climate summary. We had presentations on that. Then we have the climate outlook. Climate summary, dry season, wet season summary. That would have taken in Mahela and taken in the heat and taken in Sharissa's presentation. Then we had the outlook. That's where Mahela came in for the wet season outlook, next 3 to 6 months and so on. And Mr. Destin would have given us the hurricane season outlook. And you will notice that the questions, we have 5 questions per, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions per category, from $200 up to $1,000. Hmm? Yes. So if you want cut to the chase and just win the game and answer all the $1,000 prize island questions, while people are struggling with 200. Now you should know that $1,000 question, because you carry plenty marks, it have to be harder. We can ask you what one-on-one being get $1,000 for that. No. You may get $1 for answer that question. So the goal here is to choose the category and choose how much money question you want. So we will give you the question, and you have how much time to answer, Mahela? 15 seconds. Okay. And now you don't want to shout out the answer, because how are we going to do it? If they miss the question, we give it to somebody else? Oh, yeah, okay. We have yes or no questions. Right? If it's not yes or no, we can give it to another team, but we can't give you yes or no for somebody else. If you answer no and they hear wrong, you know you're right? Okay, so who's going to be any mini man? Okay, the group at the back, that's team number 3. You have 3 persons, so we feel a little sympathy. It's 2 now? Oh my. Okay. You want to have 3 teams, Mahela? We don't have? Oh, we have 5 or 6 prizes. We have 5 prizes. So what we want is that the team that wins, everybody in the team gets something. Oh, so team at the back, if you want to stay with 2 and I win, plenty prizes for your team. So it's up to you, right? Okay. So we will let you go first. Choose a category and so the judge has given you 30 seconds to answer the question, so you can collaborate. Okay, and you give us the answer. No, I should tell y'all that the judge's decision is final, right? And I'm the judge, and the only person you can appeal to, Mr. Destin, he's not in the room. So for right now, the judge's decision is final. Now you can appeal to Mr. Destin because I have to leave here and go back to work. So if he overrule me, then I don't have a problem. But I'm glad he's not in the room for now. Okay? So, all right. So, team at the back, tell us what category and what price you want for your question. Climate summary for 600 points. Here's your question now. The time starts after I read the question. What is the warmest year in the global observatory record? What is the warmest year on record globally? Oh my. Oh my. Cha-ching! $600. Okay. Who's next? Team number 1. Yes. Mahela, they get a second chance. They keep going until they lose, or no. You want to answer all the questions. Oh, I see what you want to do. You feel you're on a roll now, so you want to sweep the board. No. Mrs. Brown, you give me a team. You tell me which team to go to next, right? So team 1, team 3 started. We have 4 teams. Team number 4. That's the team over here. Jasil and those from the ministry there, Ministry of Works, right? So tell us what category, and how much money you want. Money question. Beg your pardon? Let's get a microphone. Who? Yes, let's move that microphone so we can get the questions from the various groups. So team number 4, tell us your category and question. Okay, hurricane season for 400 points. Question, what is the average number of named storms in the Atlantic? The average number of named storms. The average. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, we need to go on to another group, Simone. 2. Team number 2. Same question. What is the average number of named storms for the Atlantic? 15. No. Let's get team 1 to answer that question. 14. 14 is the answer. Somebody is listening. Somebody is listening. So that was team 4's question to answer. Team 1 got it. So Simone, we have teams 2 or 3 to choose one. 2. Team 2. Your category and point value.
600
Climate outlooks for 600 points. Here is your question. What is the rainfall forecast for June? What is the forecast for rainfall for June? The answer is below normal. All right, all right, all right. We're on a roll. Team number 1. No, we did 4 already. Right, so team 4 lost their question. Team 3 answered. Team 2 just answered, so it's now team 1 to get their first question. Yes. Yes. Team 4. You also missed it. So wait. So you want? So should we give you half of 600? Right. It's winner take all. So team 1, you are answering. Tell us what category and point value. Hurricane seasons for 800 points. Here's the question. What was the name of the tropical cyclone that affected Antigua and Barbuda in 2025? Philip? Okay. I heard a couple of answers. I make up your mind, please. Which one? Tropical Storm Jerry. Is that correct? Yes, it is correct. So we go back to team 3. Okay, so we have that order. 3, 4, 2, 1. 3 is at the back, boss. So we're looking good. We're looking good. Team 3, your question and category, please. Sorry, point value and category.
We have 800 climate summary.
Climate summary for 800 points. When did the short-term drought in Antigua started? The short-term drought in 2026, when did it start? Short-term drought in Antigua and Barbuda in 2026. When did this drought actually started?
It's April.
Is that the correct answer? No, it's not. So we go in the order, team 4. So we go 3, 4, 2, 1.
January.
The answer is January. Now it's your turn. So they just gave you $800. You told them thank you? Yeah. So team number 4, you get to choose now. Category and point value.
Climate summary.
Climate summary for?
Would that be the middle one? 400.
For 400. Climate summary for 400. When is El Nino impact? What is El Nino's impact during the wet season in Antigua? What is El Nino's impact during the wet season in Antigua?
Less rainfall, less hurricanes.
The answer is less rainfall than normal. We can work with that. They get 400 points. Now it's time for team 2. So we can add, right? They got 800, now 400. So team 2, you tell us what category and point value.
Okay. Climate outlook, 800.
Climate outlook for 800. Is there a forecast indicating short-term drought concern by the end of August? Is there a forecast indicating short-term drought concern by the end of August?
Yes.
The answer is yes, it is. Yes, there is. Pressure on team 1 now. The pressure on team 1, they're feeling it. So now team 1, you tell us what category and point value for your question. Okay. What is the chance of an above normal Atlantic hurricane season? What is the chance for an above normal hurricane season? 49%. The answer is big money. Somebody is listening. It was big and bold in red. Started with 59% and it dropped. Pressure back on team 3. Let's see who's going to walk away with all them prizes. Team 3.
Climate outlook 1,000.
Oh, you're following them?
No,
Okay. Climate outlook 1,000. What is the chance of below normal rainfall forecast for June, July, August? What is the chance of below normal rainfall forecast for June, July, August?
Do we have to give a specific number? Or we say high?
Yeah, it's actually a probability. It's after all, it's 1,000.
It's going to be above, but I can't remember the number.
Okay, time.
50%.
No, we move to team. Yes, Marjorie. No. We're going. It's always 3, 4, 2, and 1. So just wait. Just hope that the answer wrong, and you yeah. So team 4.
Above 30.
No. We need something specific. It's $1,000. Okay, so let's go to team 2. I can see Marjorie.
59%.
59%? No. So Marjorie finally gets to answer. 69%? That's the closest one. Yeah, Dale, what do you think? Now you see, if Mr. Destin was outside the room, I'll say no. Because 69% is not 70%. Right? So you with me, Mr. Destin? Wait. Hold on. Mr. Destin, I only want to hear from one person. I have to go back to work. Me decide? 69% is not 70%. Oh, did you say 70% in your presentation? You want? Okay, they want to see it. So it was 70%. No, you see there? Yeah, make the boss overrule me now.
That's a suggestion.
Listen to me. No. Let's establish something, right? When all of you go home, all of us have to go back to Met Office. And the boss, we have to go back to the boss. So he made a suggestion. So yes, it's actually yeah, it's actually laid out clearly. All right. So what we'll do, of the $1,000, we heard above 30. We heard, what did you say? How much? 50%. We heard 59, and we heard 69. So out of the $1,000, we can go. If we go 250, then that will be equal. No. That will be equal. So what we will do, we will give $250 to team 4. Right? What did you say?
No, they said 50%.
They said 50.
So it's 30, 49, 50. 59?
But the boss says so. Right? And I can't gang up on the boss down here because I have to go back to Met Office. So I
it doesn't have to be accepted.
So no. Let's go with what the boss said. So we will give $250 to the team with the lowest probability. Right? That's 200. We will give 400. No, that's 7. No, we'll give 300 to the team with the next one closer. Yeah. Right. So that's 250 and 250. I have to give them more. So 600 and 400 over 3. Okay, $700 and $100 a piece.
He said 600. But my suggestion is a recommendation, so we can rule.
So wait, if you recommend,
No, but you decided. I'm deciding. So 100 each.
711. No, that is too much of a disparity. Okay, all right. Okay, I tell you what. No, we don't throw it out. No. The boss said scale it. So we will give 600 here. And we will give, call it what? 1, 2, 4, 6. And okay. All right. Let's go. It's easy. 700 and 100 apiece. Okay? Let's do that. 700 and 100 apiece. Okay? So who's next? That was team 3's question, correct? So let's go to team 4 now. We are team 4. Your category and point value.
The last $1,000, please.
Climate summary for 1,000. Which month in Antigua and Barbuda is free of meteorological hazards? Which month in Antigua and Barbuda is free from meteorological hazards?
July?
No. Team 2. No.
Ready for us?
No.
Ready for our answer?
We always go to 4, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Chronological order.
That's the order we've established.
No months. No months.
Yeah, it's their turn.
Okay.
Their turn. Yep, they got it. There isn't a month in Antigua and Barbuda in which we're not threatened by a meteorological hazard. So congrats to team 2 for that one. And now they get to answer. All right, team 2 gets to answer. We still have $600, 400, and a couple of 200s.
We're going to go for the 600 on the hurricane.
Oh, you're going for the jugular. Okay. Question. Which month is the peak of the hurricane season in Antigua and Barbuda?
September.
All righty then. Ay. September, remember. All right. Okay. So team 1. 400 on the climate outlooks. Here's your question. Is the minimum temperature forecasted to remain below normal ranges over the next 3 months? That's a yes or no question. Is the minimum temperature forecast to remain below normal ranges over the next 3 months? You understand the question, right? Okay, so your answer is you're trying to agree. What is the forecast for the minimum temperature over the next 3 months? Is it above? Is it normal? Is it below? That's what a boss would say. 10. Time gone? You said yes? They said yes. Answer is no. The forecast is a high probability for it to be above normal. So it's going to be likely hotter and drier. Is it a little tricky?
It is tricky.
It's tricky, Dale?
But it's a part of the game. It's a part of the game.
Is it forecast to be below? So it's no. That's why I asked if you understand the question. You could have sent them in, But anyway, we move back to team 3. 3 with category, and we know what the point value is.
Hurricane season.
Hurricane season for 200. Here's your question. What is the official start, what are the official start time and end dates for the Atlantic hurricane season? When does it start and when does it end? Dates.
June to November. June 1st to November what? 31st? November 31st.
June 1st to November 30. All right, let's give them that.
Oh my God, no.
By the way,
30th, 30th.
You know, I still go through 30 days at September, April, June. All the rest have 30. I still do it, except I still do it, so don't feel out of place. So $200 to team 3. So the last question. No, we have 2 more. Oh, we have 2 more. So team 4. Your question?
Summary.
Climate summary for 200. What is the warmest month in Antigua and Barbuda?
August.
The answer is August. And the final question goes to team 2. It is, could El Nino emerge during the May, June, July season? The answer is yes.
The degree of difficulty is a little bit low.
We have the judge's decision. Wait, Teresa, come here, please. Come. You know, add up the things in there.
We need auditors. Can somebody audit the...
Okay. I can tell you that team 2 answered the most questions.
Correctly?
Yeah, but team 1 have some big money answers. Right? So here are the final scores. Team number 4. You had 1,500 points. Team number 3, you had 900 points. So it comes down to team number 1 and team number 2. And guess what?
There's no time. So if there's a time, you don't ask a final time with a question.
We actually have a tie. Team 1 and team 2 both ended on 2,900 points. The first time in climate jeopardy. Right? I told the team 2 answered the most questions. They answered 1, 2, 3, 4. They answered 6 questions. Team 1 answered 4, but they had the biggest money questions. 800, 1,000, and 700 is what. But anyway, so, Mr. Destin, what is your recommendation?
We're asking a tie-breaking question.
We are asking a tie-breaking question. So, do you have the question?
Yes.
Mr. Destin is going to ask a question. It's a simple question. So, I want Mahela and Charissa to stand right in the middle and tell us who answered first. Okay? This is between... You want to write down the answer? That's even better. That's fine. You can write the answer down and present it to us. Okay? Now, if both of you have the right answer, we can back all them give up a Met Office, and we will... Since we can't find a winner down here, we will just go back and enjoy the gifts. But no. So go ahead, Mr. Destin, and we'll write down the answers and present them when you finish.
So here's the overtime question. What's the average number of major hurricanes for the Atlantic hurricane season? The long-term average number of major hurricanes. So we spoke about 14 being the number of average named storms, what's the average number of major hurricanes?
Excellent question, Mr. Destin. Excellent question. I know team 3, I know you know it. Oh, yes.
Are we having a calculation problem?
Hey, you know what?
No.
What's wrong?
This is supposed to be 18.
Okay.
For the Atlantic hurricane season, not for Antigua, for the Atlantic hurricane season, the average number of major hurricanes, that is category 3 and over.
So there's an 800 here. There's an 800
Average,
here.
not for this year, the general average. When we look at the period 1991 to 2020, what is the average number of major hurricanes?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I would be surprised if Marjorie doesn't know this.
Yeah, team 4 got 800.
We should take Marjorie out of the group.
That's team 4 here. So do we have the answers as yet? Okay, so this is team 2.
No,
and what is your
that's
answer?
What observed for last year, not the average. Yeah, the observed for last year had a slight error in terms of the major hurricanes.
The number. You sure? You're not sure? Okay, so we're going to have.
So they have sorted out what they sorted out.
It's sorted out? We good? Team 2-1? Okay, I think this is going to confirm it. No. This is going to confirm it. But you're going to appreciate it. You're going to appreciate why.
That's a PS now, right?
Yeah. Yeah. The PS can overrule me and Mr. Destin. So PS, I think you will appreciate why. Yeah, you come down to this. It's fine. So this is going to confirm. Yeah, but you're going to get further proof why you're the unanimous, well, the unequivocal winner. Okay? So the question was, what is the average, the climatological norm for major hurricanes, the average for major hurricanes for the Atlantic? Team 4 said 4, team 2 said 4, and team number 1 said 3. Mr. Destin?
3 is the answer?
The answer is 3.
So you're the undisputed winner.
So no, our problem again now.
What's the problem?
Because the audit showed that team 2 won.
Oh.
Yeah. The audit showed that, yes, Doc. Even with the error?
Yeah, with the 400, they still winning. Even if you minus 400, they still not.
Look, meteorologists and climatologists are
No. What happened?
How did we get this?
No. Let me tell you what the problem is. There are 3 800-point questions, and the audit uncovered only 2. So there's a 400 that was apportioned to team 2 that should have been 800. And it's only the audit that actually uncovered that. All right? So we're going to give the deference, and this is coming from the budget director. So I am inclined to trust her office. Okay? So guys, and Dr. Ildefons too. Okay? That's high-powered people. So, barring, and I do apologize, we got it wrong with the scoring, but what is clear is that Team 2 are the winners. Let's give it up. So, for those online, let me thank you for participating and for cheering for your favorite team. But at the end of the day, yes. So, let's have Team 2 come up and collect your prizes from Mr. Destin. One at a time. We have Marley Barnes, UNDP. We have Mr. Southwell from the Town and Country Planner. We have our friend from the Blue Economy. And we have Dr. Johnson. And we have our education official as well. Yeah, one by one. So let's step out so we can take a picture. Next. All righty then. Yes. By the way, this competition was tight, you know. Yes, y'all did well. Y'all did very, very well. Y'all were listening. You were listening. Another round of applause for Team 2. So now we are going to be winding down. Before we have our closing exercises, we have one more presentation to do. And this is highlighting our cutting edge at the Meteorological Office. We have dedicated a lot, and we are determined to keep coming up with how best we can serve the public vis-a-vis the delivery of climate services. But we need a platform to be able to deliver this. And Mr. Leonard Josiah is going to come now and tell us how the Met Office is delivering the bulletins and some of the products that we have in the pipeline. So welcome Mr. Josiah as he comes.
A round of applause for our MC. Gosh, he does a great job right there. Oh, yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I am just so thrilled to be here just to speak to you and to share to you about something that I've been passionate about for quite a while, and it has reaped some great rewards, some of which you're going to be intrigued at. Many of you might want to contact me and contact our director and contact the Met Office, how we can become better partners. And I'm sure that by the end of this, you're going to see why I'm saying so. So it's all about our media center. I remember sometime when I was a little boy that we used to play a game. And we used to start off by giving a particular story right here. And by the time the story reached around to the other side, what happened to the story? Changed. Somebody input some sort of misinformation in there, and you want to know how the story has changed from truth to error. And the thing about it is, sometimes we are in that particular field because we manage all that information. And sometimes before that information reaches out to you, you're hearing all sort of different stories about a storm or information that you think that you should have known. And by the way, you say, and hear this, some of you would say, but me get it from Mr. Weatherman. And poor Met Office has not given any information yet, and you don't turn around to listen to the real gospel. And as such, we have embarked upon a process to link the Met Office with our stakeholders, and we're trying to make sure that that information that we are disseminating is good for you, so that you can make the right decisions. The ultimate goal, by the way, is to ensure that lives are spared, your properties are saved, etc. We want to ensure that the decision makers get the right information at the right time and making sure that you can make that determination. So, welcome to the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Services Media Center. Yeah. Yes, thank you. And for this, I have to give, let me first, before moving on, let me give the Ministry of Civil Aviation all the props and the management for making sure that this reality came through. A lot of money spent inside it. Yeah, a lot of money spent inside it. So let's move on. So let me first start with the analog era. Anybody can tell me what the analog era was? It was the era in the 1970s, where the communication was about the use of what? Radio and what? Radio and television. Other tools used to get the word out to the public included, remember the cassette tape? We at the Met Office used to use a cassette tape. Simone can remember that. The cassette tape, and we pressed the cassette tape and we transmitted that information via the telephone. And also, what about fax machines? Them things still alive today? Fax machines still alive today? Oh, yes, they are, they say. But maybe, I don't think that we're using them so much today. But possibly they're still available. But again, look here. Hurricane David, as a strong category 4 in 1979. Take a look at how it looked like to us. It was a bunch of mumble jumble. We're seeing the eye here. Can't tell no islands at all, but it was just pure white stuff. But yet still, that information, Mr. Page, used to come in on a telegraph machines once every 12 hours. And you, the public, wanted to know what is the Met Office saying. And we're trying to get information out there, but the information ain't coming in too fast. Oh, yeah. But here's this. In comes the digital age. Yeah, the digital age modernizes and brought a new sense of reality. Now it's what? Instant what? Instant messaging. Now, the world is now considered to be a global village because of that reach. You realize that, right? And the digital age has offered that. And because of the digital revolution, weather information, which includes our alerts, watches, warnings, are now easily accessible, to the point where the World Meteorological Organization and the United Nations has mandated that every person on this earth should be protected by multi-hazardous early warning systems by the end of when? And when that, by the way? Next year. So in comes what we call early warning for whom? Early warning for all. So we are actually fulfilling an international mandate that everybody on this earth must be protected by multi-hazard early warning systems by the end of 2027, because the digital age has come alive. Here's this now. So welcome to our media center. This is what it looks like on pictorial. You're seeing all these lights here. You're seeing all the gadgets right there. Take a look at all what's behind the scene. Plenty of money. I'm building the case, I'm building the case well. So when I reach to the end, you understand why all this here comes with a what? Yes, man, say it, man, say it. All this has come with a cost. And we are seeing here all this, we are doing all this presentation at the Met Office, if you please. Are you understanding that what this means to us is that you will see us on ABS television? We now have the capabilities of doing that presentation with ABS at the Met Office at any time we are required to do it, which means that there is a direct link from all of this that goes to ABS. Actually, whensoever ABS and we want to go live, ABS has already have the feed. So if there is an information that we need to put out there, such as the earthquake, such as any other details, we can tell ABS time to go live and we don't have to wait for anything. That link is now available at ABS. We're moving on up, man. We're moving on up. We're moving on up. Come on, high five now. Am I doing right so far? Good. Are going good so far? Yes. Okay, so, but the whole idea is that we have now crossed also the threshold for what we call pro audio recordings. This means that you should by now hear the quality difference on radio when we do our weather forecast in the mornings and in the evenings. You should hear the quality by now. You're not hearing that via phone garbled type message. You're hearing it in what we call pro audio, which means professional audio recordings. That's where we are heading. All right. So here is this. In comes the media center. And the media center, we have now coined what we call the one acronym that governs the internal operation of our media center. It means a weather alert and response network. It's a weather alert and response network. And a part of all of this links all of that. And by the way, I think it's because of my, I hid the slide so that it didn't come up a while ago. But let me build the whole aspect. First off on this whole one area, as I just spoke to you about the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Services, the meteorologists and forecasters provide weather information on ABS TV. In person. You see that in person, right? Yeah. But here is the key part, that we can also do what? Can you read it? Go live. Now, let me tell you what go live means. We don't necessarily even have to wait on ABS. We can stream during hurricanes from beginning to end. Yes. We can stream from our facilities beginning to end. But we may have some logistics to overhaul because we have to maybe want to do it through ABS, being the government agency. But that does not preclude the fact that the capabilities are now at the Met Office for us to go live. Here is another one. You're seeing this here. It says the ABS radio broadcast, the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Services and meteorologists provide weather briefings all on radio station in what we call a radio simulcast. Now, here is where we're going again. So when there is a hurricane out there, and we are talking about a hurricane warning or watch as the case may be, what we intend to do, we have the reach that we can bring all the media houses together, do one brief at one time, so that everybody in Antigua and Barbuda and our dependency and on our dependent states can get the information at the same time, listening on different radio stations. So you're not going to hear Observer calling for us and ZDK calling for us and ABS calling for us. We have the capabilities of doing all of this at the same time. And if you are a fan of Crusader Radio, ABS, Observer, wherever it is, you can listen to the same briefing of the same information at the same time. Early warning for all. We're going there. We're going there. Here is another part. You get your audio forecast. You get that on our website. That's the professional radio recording. So if you're a radio station and you want to download all of that, you can also download the quality version of our recordings, and you have it for your rebroadcast. If you want to send it to somebody, you can also do that. Now, you heard about the CAP. Have anybody heard about the CAP? This is also the capabilities. We also have in our media center to funnel into the CAP all of this into your cellular phones. All of that. Yeah, we are trying to finalize it, but there is the capabilities for us in our CAP messages to ensure that we are reaching everybody at the same time. Now, it brings me to this point now. Social media has expanded the reach. Everybody is on something. They're on a Facebook page, they're on an Instagram page, they're on a Twitter, YouTube, and they're on a WhatsApp. Well, we do also have the capabilities of making sure that our messages are on social media for the reach. So here's something that I want to share with you. Last year, we began what we call our YouTube broadcast messages. You know that, right? I'm not too sure. You know about the messages, right? So these messages, we would have recorded them and we placed them on our YouTube. So here is the point. From June to November last year, during the time when we did all of this, take a look at some of the statistics that we have gotten. On YouTube, we got 267,843 views on YouTube alone during that period. Let's take a look at what we did on Facebook. On Facebook, during the time of June to November, the views got up to 2,765,514. Talk about engagement. No, we don't have to wait on ABS anymore. This is us just reaching individual on a daily basis with our weather information. So the total for last year, June to November, all the views added up to over 3 million views for what we have accomplished so far. What does this mean? And we also have the impressions, meaning that those impressions are the thumbnails that show up on your site without you having to click on them. You're just seeing it there. That also is a point of, that too is also a great point, because I'm going to show you why. And I said here 2 million or close to 3 million. I put a plus there because it was so large that I just put a number there because I could not add it up. I didn't have enough time to add and add and add. I got to 800,000, I stopped. Meaning that there is great reach by virtue of the data that is shown. Based on the above data, all of this that I just say, we are very confident that our social media platform offers what? A significant what? A significant reach when compared to the radio and television markets. For example, the 3 million views received between YouTube and on Facebook, 94.6% were engagements from Antigua and Barbuda. So in other words, plenty people went to the videos and maybe watched them more than once, or the engagements were just so profound. Remember I said we have over 3 million views? But quite a lot of that came from an Antiguan audience. Guess where the next audience show up? United States. United States. Can you imagine that? US of A, then England, then Jamaica, then St. Lucia, then St. Kitts. All of the island territories, they were engaged with what we did here in Antigua. We have accomplished, and this is only 1 year's worth of data. Last night, I did my first recording for this year. And when I got home, it was 100. By last night, it got up to 1,500 views. This morning, we scaled it by how much? How much it is? 2,700 views in 24 hours. This, by the way, is our new look for this year. So you're going to see this on our, what we call our YouTube platform. So going forward this year, we want you to be able to tap into what is it that we are doing, what is it that we are saying, what is it that we're going to be doing, the total reach, because there is immense benefit. All of this comes down to something worthwhile. It means then that we do have a market for also you, the stakeholders, to benefit from. And when you benefit from it, we benefit from it. Yeah? I'm saying it in a nice way. Tell me what I'm saying. Yes, man, Marjorie, you know that. You know how it goes. The platform is right there for us to not only advertise, you have a chance to partner with us, as well as help us to recoup and keep the pages running. Isn't that something that partnership work on? Yes, there is. So I just wanted to share with you all of this, that it's an exciting venture that we're on. And the excitement that we are having at the Met Office, we want to make sure that while it is that we are doing our duties, that we can also find benefits for each one of us, financially too, financially too, that we all as partners can make sure that the end result, even though we're going at the end result, which is to ensure that everybody must have access to the warnings by 2027, we can do that with a particular partnership. So the benefits. So here is this. This is what we this is a screenshot that I just took just about that we just took just about half an hour ago. Yesterday, see the details here. 2.7 thousand views, real time. And on top of that, we have scaled the 3,000 mark in our subscribers. Yesterday, we were below 3,000 by our videos. Yesterday, we have scaled the 3,000 mark. How many of you are subscribed to the Met Office's page? Okay, just one so far. I see two there. Okay, so here's what you do. There is something on your table. You see it right here? Yeah? You can easily just take your phones and you can use the QR code, go straight on to it, and when you get to there, you can easily just press the subscribe button. I want to make sure that I pass over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We can, by the way, we can add over 10 subscribers right now. We can add over 10 subscribers right now. But you just did. All right. Awesome. And many of you who would have access to the QR code, you can go straight on there and you can subscribe to our channel. Because here is this. While it is true that many people are doing the weather presentation on YouTube, really and truly, they are not our direct competitors because they cannot put out the bona fide warnings. We, by virtue of our WMO mandate, we are the warning agency. So if you really want to get the true messages about our warnings, etc., even though you listen to all those individuals who are out there, you have to come back to the Met Office's page to get the bona fide watches and warnings. Yeah? So I just want to thank you for all of you who have supported the Met Office and supported the Met Office's page, that we do have the benefits. Fast, accurate, and reliable reporting is what we are aiming for. We want to have direct access to our stakeholders. We can do briefings while we're there if you want to have special briefings. It also gives us direct access to our reach, to our population and other international community. It also gives us a captive audience that could generate financial benefits to not only us, but to you, to our partners and our organization. So continue to support the Met Office, and I look forward to see you online by your messages and your thumbs up and your likes and your followers. Together, we will succeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Josiah. Some exciting things are happening for the Met Office. I want to ask Mr. Barnes to come and give us an update. You'll have heard a lot about early warnings for all. What's this? And why is it so significant that we build out the platform for this? So welcome Mr. Barnes as he comes and gives us an update.
It's not me. Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon. Just checking that the remote works. All right. So I know I'm the last presentation and I'm standing between everybody and going home. This presentation here is to give an overview of the early warnings for all initiative. I wish they came a bit earlier in the day because it's not that heavy, but it has a lot of text. It's meant to give a lot of information in a small package. So it's meant to share afterwards so you can have a good idea of what the project entails and have a look at it in your own time. But I will try to move a bit quickly and highlight the important things. So we've heard a lot about early warnings for all, but what is it? So the early warnings for all project, it actually began as an initiative in 2023. We've been doing consultations in Antigua first through UNDRR, and the purpose of this project is to ensure that there's universal access to timely and accurate early warning services, right? So that involves NODS, it involves the Met Office, it involves the four parties that we'll be speaking about here. It's a GCF funded project. It has a grant of 12.3 million US dollars. And we will be speaking about how exactly we plan to use that money to improve our systems here in Antigua and Barbuda. So it's a global initiative, like I mentioned, and it spans 7 countries, of which Antigua and Barbuda is one. So the 7 countries are Antigua and Barbuda, Cambodia, Chad, Ecuador, Ethiopia, Fiji, and Somalia. So each of these countries gets $12 million each. And I'm sure you can tell from the names of the countries that Antigua and Barbuda is the smallest one there. Yet we get the same amount of money as the biggest one there. So we have a unique opportunity to be able to use that money in a more effective way versus the other countries under the initiative. So the structure of the initiative and the project are slightly different terminologies. The project, which is what we're in now, speaks about outputs 1, 2, and 3, and the initiative was more geared towards 4+1 pillars. But it's more or less mapped directly over into the project, so these terms still apply. And I'm just going to go over them a little bit and give an explanation as to what the structure of the project is like. So we refer to the 4+1 pillars. So we have pillars 1 to 4 and the interpillar or the cross pillar, which is governance. So pillar 1, each one of these pillars, it represents a different thematic areas, a thematic area of the project, and each one is headed up by a different UN agency who is specialized in that thematic area. So UNDP, which is who I work for, is the overall implementing agency responsible for implementation of the project, responsible for dispersing funds to our partners, our UN partners especially, to get the work done. But in terms of risk knowledge, pillar 1, that's UNDRR, which is the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. They're focused mostly on developing our risk knowledge base, talking about hazards, ensuring everybody understands what hazards are, what they mean, being able to gauge risk, things like that. Pillar 2 is by WMO, which is the World Meteorological Organization, and that's the pillar that mostly offers support to the Met Office, and we'll speak about that in detail soon. Pillar 3 is warning and dissemination, which is talking about communication. So how do you get these warnings out to as many people as possible? And pillar 4 is preparedness and response, which is headed up by IFRC, which is the International Federation for Red Cross and the Red Crescent. So the interpillar, the governance pillar, is more so speaking about the different legislative aspects that bind all of the pillars together. So different policy frameworks, things of that nature that make everything function. So the context of the country, Antigua and Barbuda is ranked 5th in the World Risk Index. That was in 2023. We're vulnerable particularly to hurricanes, droughts, coastal flooding, and sea level rise. We spoke about that a lot today. Our current disaster management systems are under-resourced and fragmented. And just to highlight, one of our major infrastructure issues was when Hurricane Irma hit in 2017, and it destroyed approximately 90% of the infrastructure in Barbuda. And that highlights the needs for localized systems on both islands. So the project is strategically aligned with the UNDP Multi-Country Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. You can read more about what that means there. It is also aligned with Antigua and Barbuda's medium-term development strategy. You can see some of the ways that it aligns with our medium-term development strategy here. It also aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals, specifically SDGs 1, 11, 13, and 17, which is no poverty, sustainable cities, climate action, and partnerships. So we can get a little bit more now into what the project structure looks like. So I mentioned before that the execution modality is a direct implementation modality. And what that means is that the funds are handled by UNDP, who has the fiduciary responsibility and oversight for the project itself, for the auditing of the project. And those funds will be dispersed among our stakeholders and responsible parties through agreements. So there's not going to be a transfer of fund directly from GCF, who is providing the funding, directly to the government of Antigua and Barbuda. That's why it's called a direct implementation modality. The way the project will be structured is that there's going to be a project management unit based here in Antigua and Barbuda for daily operations, based down at the UN building on, Independence Avenue. Oversight for the project will be by the project board, which is a board set up locally by our stakeholders and key partners that we will speak about shortly. And decision making is done by consensus. So I know that some of this text is a bit small for the people at the back, but like I said, we want to share this so you can have a look at it and share it with your colleagues from your workplace when you get back, so that everyone can have a good idea of what we're doing. So you can, even if you can't really see clearly, we will be sharing this at the end. So like I mentioned, the PMU at the top here, at the middle, that's what I just described, which is set up here in Antigua and Barbuda. It's gonna be comprised of a project manager, a project associate, an M&E specialist, monitoring and evaluation, a gender and safeguard specialist, and a knowledge and communication specialist. Now, I didn't mention, but the head office for the UNDP unit here is in Barbados. So some of these roles might be filled by people in Barbados, particularly the knowledge management one, and perhaps maybe the gender and safeguard one. But we're looking to have at least, hopefully, 3 positions based here in Antigua and Barbuda. And besides the PMU that we have here, NODS actually created a PMU within the Ministry of Finance, which is meant to handle disaster risk reduction based projects in country, and we'll be working very closely with them. That unit is headed up by Phil Mullen, which I'm sure a lot of you know, the former director of NODS. He's consulting and he's the team lead of that team. And they will be working on the government side to ensure that the project runs smoothly. We have quite a few bits of support at the bottom here. It's not an exhaustive list. So there's lots of agencies in this room who we've consulted with over the last 3 or so years that are listed. Some we also consulted with that are not listed, but it's a very widely encompassing project covering a lot of different sections of the economy. So like I mentioned, the UNDP is the executive. The 2 senior beneficiaries, which you could consider like the 2 main focal points of the project, are NODS. NODS is the main focal point, with the Met Office being the co-focal point. But these are the 2 agencies that we're looking to focus most of the capacity building on and training to help them to be able to present more early warnings in a better fashion. But then we also have supporting ministries, which are the senior suppliers. So all of these are on the project board. So the Ministry of Finance has oversight as the financial ministry of the country, and the Ministry of Health, Wellness, and the Environment also has a space on the board because the DOE here is one of the GCF accredited entities, so they have a lot of familiarity with this type of project, and it was really a good idea to have them on board. What's not listed here as well is a CSO. So our civil society organization on the board is actually Good Humans Inc. to represent the community for persons with disabilities, to ensure that anything that we're doing is with compliance with the different needs of persons with disabilities. So I won't go into what the role of the project board is. It's the highest decision-making body of the project. So any decisions that we make has to be approved by the board. They'll be meeting maybe 4 times a year, every quarter, to get review, feedback, accountability, things like that. The TAC, or the Technical Advisory Committee, is also comprised of a wider variety of stakeholders. And the intention here now is different than the project board, where the intention with this body is to have day-to-day technical advice and guidance throughout the project to help us to make the correct decisions, the decisions that are relevant to each agency. And I'll give a few examples when you get a bit further down. I must note here that specifically to the Met Office, that outside of the $12 million, we actually have a strategic partnership with another fund. This fund is called SOF. It's the Strategic Observation Financing Facility, I think it's called. And it's a fund owned by UNEP, the UN Environmental Program, UNDP, and I think WMO. And the purpose of this fund is to support Met offices around the world to bolster their capacity to ensure that everyone is GBON compliant. I'm sure the Met office knows what that means, but it means essentially compliant, like it's a standardized way of reporting and a standardized way of monitoring things, so that all of the Met offices around the world can more or less speak to each other in a way that makes sense, I think. I think that's what GBON is, but I don't work for WMO. But there's support from SOF to support the Met Office in building capacity to a tune of 1.6 million US dollars. And that's separate than the initial 12 that we spoke about. So just a bit about project oversight and assurance. Like I mentioned, $12.3 million is a lot of money. So there's a lot of people ensuring that that money is spent wisely and responsibly. And to that extent, there's several layers of assurance that we call firewalls, like at least 3, maybe 4 if you count. There's 2 at the national level, but UNDP, I'm part of the cluster for disaster recovery. We have an internal oversight person who is separate from my unit, who's meant to have oversight to this project. So they're independent of the unit working on this project. So that's one level of oversight. Besides that, the Barbados office reports to Panama as a regional bureau. We have oversight from Panama as well. And then Panama reports to Geneva in Switzerland, which is the global team. So we have responsibility to the global team as well. So that's like 3.5 different levels of accountability. What this means is that I have a lot of like report writing to do over the next few years, but this is just to ensure that the project funds are spent in a transparent and a responsible way. We did a few social and environmental screening reports and assessments. So we want to ensure that the overall risk of the project is categorized as low. It focuses on capacity building and coordination. We want to ensure that hardware installations are minimal, and we're actually going to be helping the Met Office to retrofit their current space, and we are ensuring that these retrofits are done up to standard. So, believe it or not, all of that was the groundwork. So I'm going to now try to quickly wrap up what all this busy stuff looks like. So like I mentioned, the project has 3 outputs. So what we're looking at right now is the outputs on the left side, but on the right side, you can see a basic idea of what the specific activities that we're looking to do are. So we spoke a lot about early warnings and capacity building and this and that. But this screen, particularly on the right side, is talking about what exactly we have planned to do. So just to give you a few examples, and I'm going to actually focus on the output 2 because this is the Met Office event. So output 2, which is the green one here, focuses a lot on the Met Office specific interventions. So you can have a look at all of them if you want to, but I'm going to just point out a few of them for the Met Office that we're looking to implement. So one of the things I think we mentioned earlier was an online platform. I think that came up during the media center presentation just now. So we are, through UNDR, we're looking to build out or improve our local online database so that we can have different agencies be able to upload their data and be able to access it easily amongst each other. What that looks like is up to us, the technical advisory committee, to determine the parameters, but that's one of the things that we're looking at. Another thing that we want to do is focus specifically on Barbuda. Like I mentioned before, we had Hurricane Irma hit Barbuda in 2017, and one of the issues coming out of that was seeing how isolated Barbuda can be if the communication is severed between the two islands, which happened during that storm. So we want to do our best to ensure that if something like that were to happen again, and there was communication severed between the two islands, that Barbuda would still be able to operate at an effective level so that people on Barbuda are also protected as best as we can. The different things I mentioned already, the support for the improvement of the infrastructure of the Met Office. I'm sure we all saw that video from, I think, last year with the roof leaking and the flooding incident at the Met Office. We're really focusing a lot on trying to do our best to alleviate that issue. We're speaking with Mr. Destin and his team about the best way to implement that, also in conjunction with the Airport Authority who owns the building. So that's actually one of the first things that we'll be doing when the project starts. It's already started, but it's one of the first things we're looking to do. So hopefully by the end of this year, we can have like a proper idea of what exactly it is that we have planned for the physical space at the Met Office. So these slides here are really onerous. So I'm just going to go through them quickly and not really speak about them, but it's more so going through the individual activities for the project, outputs 1, 2, and 3, and breaking it down by the sub-activities and then talking about the deliverables so that we can see a good idea of like not only what the project is aiming to do, but some of the things that we're planning to have on the ground. So for instance, we want to update our regulations for our Physical Planning Act. We need to update our Disaster Management Act. It hasn't been updated since 2002. From what I understand, the Met Office legislation is in draft. There's been legislation drafted for the Met Office to be ratified, but it's in draft. We need to get that over the finish line so that we can have the functions of the Met Office rooted in a legislative framework. We have several different sectors in Antigua. We have tourism, agriculture, we have health, we have energy, and we consulted with a lot of the different stakeholders within each of these sectors, and not many of them had a disaster management plan. Tourism is our main industry, and there's no tourism disaster management plan. There's no agriculture disaster management plan. There's no energy disaster management plan. So one of the things that we're trying to do is have these plans created so that we can be on a more firm footing going forward. I'm just going to skip to the ones specific to the Met Office and then just skip to the end after that. But this slide has a lot of the projects, activities that we're looking at specifically to the Met Office. So a lot of these, it's one page, but this is several years of work because even one line of these things is a pretty significant project in itself. Right? You can pick any one of these and you could have a multi-year project out of any of them, but we're meant to somehow execute all of these. So for instance, we want to operationalize the FFGS in Antigua, which is the flash flood guidance system. which is something that we want to have on the ground here to deal with our flash flooding issues. We want to have a feasibility study for the regional ocean monitoring and forecasting system. We want to have governance arrangements for documentation for that same system. We want to have training for ABMS staff, including training at CIMH. We want to have thresholds drafted for impact-based forecasting. We want to have improved broadcast equipment for ABMS. As we saw in the previous presentation, there's a lot of work being done with that. I mentioned retrofitting the ABMS offices, backup power system, redundancy systems for communication, integrating indigenous local knowledge into the different products that the Met Office produces, a new website, hazardous event tracking system, updated forecasting models for Antigua and Barbuda, and a forecast verification system. That's just some of the stuff that we're planning to do just on the Met Office. But I believe that some of this, most of this, if not all of this, will be needed. And I'm sure the Met Office is ready for us to begin working together. So this is some the other outputs. All of this is relevant, all of it, but for the sake of time and just to focus on the Met Office for this afternoon, I'm gonna just skip these, but I keep saying, feel free to look through this in your own time. Contact me if you need to, and we can have a talk about any of the activities. Some more, and this is just a summary of the project and the breakdown by year. It's a 5-year project, 12.3 million in total, and this is the breakdown according to year in terms of how it's going to be spent. You can see that year 1 is the least, because year 1, which is where we are now, is a lot of building up of the foundation, planning, things like that, putting things in place. So, not that big of a spend, but we ramp up, peaking in year 3, and then scale back down by year 5. We did have a gender and sensitivity action plan conducted before the project started. So these are just some of the results. And thank you. I went really quickly. I left out a lot of information, but I know it's the end of the day. We're tired. And it's been a lot so far for the day, but thank you for listening. You can have a look at the website here for more general information. And then you can also message me, call me, speak to me one-on-one for more information. So thank you.
And we certainly want to thank Marley for spearheading a lot of this work with his organization, leadership, and collaboration. The Met Office has been engaged for some time now, and we owe a lot of gratitude to Mr. Barnes. So we are pretty much at the end of the workshop. And before I call on Mr. Destin to give the final word and bring the curtains down, closing this very important workshop, I just want to highlight 2 things. That you would have seen a lot of progress from the Met Office, and we couldn't have done this without the invaluable support of the ministry here represented today by Ms. Christian. One of the most exciting things that I can report to you today is that the Cabinet of Antigua and Barbuda has approved the construction for a purpose-built Met Office. This is a historic moment for us. I was telling Mr. Destin, congratulations, and Mr. Destin says, for all of us. But it happened under his leadership. We have been at the Met Office for a couple of decades, and we have not had such a significant development in the history of the Met Office. So on behalf of Mr. Destin, certainly want to convey our congratulations through the ministry to the government of Antigua and Barbuda. That not only have they approved the construction, they have begun to mobilize, getting the finances, and also to invite us to present to them some sketches, etc. This is an overwhelming initiative. One more time, let's show appreciation. So, what are the takeaways? We have given some presentation, we have dialogued, we even played a game, and I know you're still vexed with Team 2 because they won, but that's all right. It's been a good afternoon. But what are some of the takeaways? We heard from you, the need to have an agrometeorologist. Mr. Southwell was particularly commending us for the valuable support from data and how it has helped in a lot of projects that we take for granted. Mr. Destin would have communicated his passion for the delivery of climate services. Mrs. Brown spoke about the need for us to move from just talk and dialogue to formalizing our agreement and partnerships so that the Met Office can be more strategic and helpful in giving the types of products that will help in decision making and policy development. Where do we go from here? Well, we're hoping that these delivery of these products, the forecast, will move from here to lead to actionable decision making. We're committed from the Met Office standpoint to ensure that we are ahead of the events, that the information that we give out will lead to better preparation, and if it's inevitable, faster recovery times. And so I'm going to invite Mr. Destin to come and bring everything together and give us his closing remarks. Let's give it one more time up for Mr. Destin. Even before he comes, I really want to thank him for his leadership here, because this third National Climate Outlook Forum is a dream come true. For years, we have been supporting the Caribbean Climate Outlook Forum. Haley and I attended the most recent one in the Bahamas. And this has been a dream for Mr. Destin to have the National Climate Outlook Forum. So a lot of what's happening here, it is his leadership. Let's show him some love once again. Thank you, Mr. Destin.
Thank you, Mr. Page. Good afternoon, everyone, once again. So as we bring this third Climate Outlook Forum to a close, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all the participants, the presenters, stakeholders. Your active engagement was quite invaluable and created quite a bit of excitement in certain parts. My sincere thanks especially to the Met Office staff, and particularly in terms of this function, Mr. Page, who would have led the effort in terms of securing the venue and doing those negotiations. Mrs. Robert Phillip, who would have secured the money from the Treasury, and those of us inside here from government would know that getting money out of the Treasury is no easy feat. Okay. And also to Mahela, who is really the engine of the climate section and the climate services at the Met Office. So today's discussion have reinforced an important message that climate information is most valuable when it informs decisions and drives action. We have explored the climate outlook for the months ahead, examined potential impacts across key sectors, and discuss opportunities to strengthen climate services and early warning systems in Antigua and Barbuda. The National Climate Outlook Forum is more than a meeting. It is a platform for collaboration, partnership, and co-production. The knowledge shared today, combined with the expertise and perspective presented in this room, will help us to improve the relevance, accessibility, and usefulness of climate information for those who depend on them. As we move forward, I encourage all of us to continue to strengthen the links between climate science, policy, planning, and operations. Building resilience is a shared responsibility, and it requires continued dialogue, cooperation, and commitment across all sectors of society. On behalf of the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service, I thank the government of Antigua and Barbuda for its continued support, our presenters, partners for sharing the expertise, and all participants for making this NCOF a success. Let us leave here today committed to turning knowledge into action and climate information into resilience. Thank you for your participation, safe travels, and we look forward to continuing this important partnership as we prepare for the months ahead. Thank you and have a great afternoon, a great evening. Yeah. And for those who joined us online, we are happy that you did so. In the numbers that you did, we certainly weren't anticipating those numbers, but we are very happy that you did. And we certainly hope going forward we can have a bigger outlook where we can have more of you here, and some of you online will likely be able to join us. But certainly thank you for joining us, and a good afternoon and good evening to you also. Thank you very much.